I found out my female 19, manager, male 29, has an after-work podcast where he talks about his employees. No, you're not reading the title wrong. I thought my friend John was pulling my leg when he told me, but he recently found out and told me about it because I was mentioned in said podcast. For background, this is an office job, and I am interning as a phone rep mostly, while also in college. John showed me the podcast that someone showed him after finding it, and that's how I found out. Long story short, it's one of our managers, Josh, and his friend on the podcast, and his friend doesn't work at the company. He doesn't solely talk about his employees on the podcast. He also does sports/politics, but the segment where he did was about work stories related to his job. And I'll refrain from the actual title for obvious reasons. One of the clips that John showed me was about a girl who went on maternity leave and the girl who replaced her temporarily, and he made jokes comparing them, using their first names, and even called her replacement R-worded. However, the clip about me involved my Instagram. Long story short, I haven't used my Instagram in years, and my last post was literally 4 years ago when I was in high school in 15. Maybe I should have had it private, and I've since deleted it this week. On the podcast, he talked about how some of the managers follow each other and some of the employees, but there were a few that he didn't follow that led him to searching them up to learn more about his team, and that's how he came across mine. He said that I had a hidden talent of dance from high school that I didn't tell him about, and he joked that it was because I didn't want to be hit on. He also said my boyfriend must be happy with my flexibility, even though I'm single, and his friend said that that was the reason I posted, and that my face wasn't doing it. Oh my god. I can see why they want to ban podcast mics from blokes. That's definitely maximizing free will. Josh also joked about if I was still flexible, and his friend said to drop something to have me bend down. Josh is a jokester at work, but I was floored by his video. It's on YouTube, and while it doesn't show his face, his name is in the description, and my friend wants to address it with HR after telling the mother who was on maternity leave. However, he's not sure if there's anything else that we should do beforehand besides having numbers, when we go in, that he thinks will be important, and he wants us to go in together. So here's my question. Are we handling this correctly, and is there anything else that we should do beforehand to get our ducks in a row? Perhaps even legally, such as consulting a lawyer. Honestly, I wouldn't blame you if you wanted to get legal involved in this. Definitely HR, definitely as high up in the ranks as you can in the company to get some sort of punishment for them talking shit about you directly and using your first name outside of the workplace, which is not acceptable at all, and then to make these comments about you at 15 years old as well. Yeah, no, I would want that off the internet, personally. At a minimum, I'd want that off the internet. Going further than that, I would want HR to fire his ass and have this on his record or something, because what they're saying is incredibly fucked up, and they have their names attached to this. My generation was beaten over the head with digital footprint this, digital footprint that for a goddamn good reason, and this is one of them. We need to reintroduce shame. And now onto the first update. As I'm writing this, I'm no longer at the company. My coworker and I went to HR, according to the advice we received, and we used a YouTube downloader to download the videos specifically mentioning employees in case they'd be deleted upon him learning of a potential investigation. I also made sure to tell them that the dance videos he commented about me were from when I was much younger. And we also mentioned his derogatory comments about the coworker on maternity leave. We gave them the links, along with a thumb drive containing copies of the videos we downloaded, and we felt like it went fine at the time. We only received one follow-up meeting afterwards to let us know that they spoke to the manager about it and that the meeting was given separately to my coworker and I. The videos were also deleted around that time, and the manager was never fired, at least when I was there for a few more months. The follow-up meeting was the last update we got before months of radio silence, but my ex-coworker and I have a guess as to why. All of the managers, including the 2 HR workers at our office, are tight, and they all often go out for sushi after close in the same plaza as our office too. They also follow each other on social media, although the manager's podcast was never linked to his personal social from what we saw before going to HR, so we weren't exactly expecting much when they're practically friends and post Instagram photos together, including the HR managers with them too. Months went by with no updates following the follow-up, and said podcast manager began to treat me somewhat differently, like being short with me or giving me side eyes too. Even the mother on maternity leave made a complaint after we told her about his comment, but again, nothing came from it to our knowledge. I eventually put in my 2 weeks, and that was pretty much it. His podcast channel is still up and posts new episodes, but nothing pertaining to work or co-worker stories from when I last checked. My co-worker friend said he wouldn't be surprised if the other managers already knew about the podcast given how tight they were. I began looking for other work around the time we initially visited HR because he really came off as a creep. There was another comment from the video about me that I forgot to add, but he said that he should offer a prize for whoever had the best split at the annual Christmas party as a way to see if I still had them. They play fun games at the Christmas party, and the whole thing just felt gross to me. I'd already left the company by the time of the party, but it's creepy knowing that a manager I thought was completely normal could be such a creep. And now to the new update. So one of my biggest regrets from my old job was not getting legal advice before talking to HR. Some suggested going to HR instead, and my parents did too. I took their advice because I was 19 at the time, but now I regret not following my own instinct. Perhaps it wouldn't have gone to court, but a lawyer could have offered better advice on how to approach HR and potentially receive some sort of settlement, as some stated. The reason I'm thinking about it again is because of a new video that Josh posted on his podcast that my ex-coworker told me about. Josh and his buddy made a video about a new job he landed before leaving the office that I used to work at. And in the episode, he reflected on some things from his previous job too. He opened up about why the work story segment stopped and how someone complained to HR about it. He said that the work stories would continue at his new place, but that they'd have fake names so that no one could accuse him of anything. Despite saying that he wouldn't go into full detail about the HR incident, he said that someone got offended about how he said that he looked up the social media of his employees to learn more about them in a since-deleted episode. He also said some people popped up randomly, like how Instagram suggests people that you should follow. He also said that people shouldn't be offended when people see their posts because they shared it to the world. So if they didn't want anyone to see it, they never should have posted it in the first place. And while he didn't mention me by name, he referred to me as the girl who did dance and complained to HR about him. He also pointed out how I later left the company and was always quiet, which was why he looked me up. He said that his comments about me were a joke and that I couldn't take it as such. He also said he went along with his idea at the Christmas party, where each manager suggests a game with a prize to see who had the best split, and I didn't attend because I had already left the company. The fact that he was allowed to do that game that he mentioned in the video that I downloaded and gave to HR, where he wanted to see if I could just do the splits, shows the lack of seriousness regarding my complaint, unless they somehow forgot or didn't watch the full video. Josh's entire video was making excuses for what happened, and the only lesson that he learned was to make future names anonymous for work sites. He also said my dance posts from high school were thirst traps and that I used it against him with HR. In light of his recent video vaguely mentioning me, I reached out to a counselor at my job to ask if it'd be appropriate to reach out to his new job that he actually mentioned in his podcast about what happened at his previous job, with the downloaded proof of him sexualizing me and calling the other employee R-worded from his now deleted podcast, and she said that it would be appropriate. She also pointed out how he openly sexualized me for the splits and then proceeded to have a competition about them at the Christmas party. So there's enough there to hopefully prevent it from happening to someone else after I try. My friend who alerted me to the video is also open to backing my claim. I also want to add something about how tight the managers were at my old job. 2 of those managers are now engaged, as confirmed via social media. Most of the managers often went out to eat after shifts at a sushi place in our plaza, but you'd see photos of them together at other things on their social media, with a lead HR manager too. I'm glad to no longer work there, because it felt impossible to receive support when they're practically close friends. In the comments, Detective Jetpack says, "Wildly appalling. So she was 15 at the oldest in the Splits video that he not only sexualized, but then recreated en masse at work for his and his cronies' sick joke. I hope to several deities that she connected with his new work and they care more than his old work, besties. Why are people making podcasts about people in their own life behind their back? This one was just posted about roommates mocking their shy and mentally ill roommate. Too many people believe that they're interesting enough for lots of other people to shut up and listen to them out loud. Important lesson here is that HR is there to protect the company, not you. Sucks that this shitheel got away scot-free with his creepy behavior. Unless they're really bad at their jobs like these guys, because wow, that could have been a harassment lawsuit so fast. Yeah, it astounds me how risky HR are being here. I've seen HR fired for less. Exposing the company like this is just mind-boggling on their part. Again, disgusting, and I'm sorry that you had to go through that, OP. It sucks that they do have a friend group there that protects each other. They intentionally dropped the ball, and that's on them. That's not on you. It doubly sucks that you can't go back in time and tell 19-year-old you to be like, hey, get some lawyers involved. Let's make sure that there is some professional accountability had here, not just them getting away with it. Your new job has greenlit it. I think you should reach out to his new job. You need to protect other people there from going through the same thing. You've got every reason to speak up, especially with all the evidence that you have. And like that comment said, HR works for the company, not for you. So in future, let's get legal advice first if you can, so you're protected and you have a good game plan before reporting anything. You did the best you could with what you had available, and I hope that guy is never put into a management position again. Thank you for the story, and thank you for the update. Am I the asshole here for telling my soon-to-be sister-in-law that I don't want to host her brother over the wedding weekend? So I, 42 female, have been asked to host part of my brother's, Brian, 38 male's, fiancé's family for their upcoming wedding next weekend. We'll call the fiancée Diane. She's 39 female. They've been together for almost 5 years. First of all, my brother isn't the sharpest tool in the shed. He's fallen for lie after lie and still doesn't really see the lies, and years of her fake persona and manipulative behavior. For example, she lied that she couldn't get pregnant in the beginning, literally said that her uterus had been removed. Well then why are you having a period, you psycho? They now have a 4-year-old and a 2-year-old. Still, these were miracle pregnancies. She told him that they were ectopic tube pregnancies. Apparently, my brother cannot use Google, nor does he believe countless family and friends who told him that it was impossible to give birth from an ectopic pregnancy. He works a lot and never was able to get to an OB appointment, and even if he did, he likely wouldn't have asked the doctor. In the end, he said he loves her and that it doesn't matter. Okay, dude, fine. We'll be happy for you and our new nephews. Needless to say, I am, and much of our family, not fond of Diane. She's a user of the highest order, disposing of people like Kleenex once their usefulness has expired. I've watched her manipulate my parents, my brother, my sister, her own friends and family. It's just been gross when I've had to deal with her at family holiday events, weddings, funerals, etc. Just ew. Now, they're finally getting married next weekend. They've been planning this for about 6 months, as she is a huge Halloween fanatic, but doesn't want to share her anniversary with Halloween Day. It's not a huge event, it's about 50 people, mostly our family and some of hers. Her brother, his wife, and 4 kids cannot afford a hotel. This is something that Diane has known about for months, but just asked me last night if they could stay with us since I have the biggest house. This is an unreasonable and undesirable situation for me for a multitude of reasons. 1. I live almost 3 hours away from the venue and the town that they will be hosting events such as final dress fittings, rehearsal dinner, bachelor and bachelorette parties. That will be a lot of back and forth for them, especially since my kids and I, plus my plus one, are only invited to the wedding and reception. They couldn't even carpool with us because we aren't attending those events. 2. Kids under 13 are not invited to the wedding or reception. Assuming all the adults and my teens will be at the wedding, who's going to watch their kids, who are 1, 4, 5, and 9, and where will they go during the festivities? My kids are attending their uncle's wedding. We're going to support my brother and see our other family members. So if the plan is to see if I or one of my kiddos, 17, 16, and 15, will do it, the answer is no. 3. I've met these people once in passing. I know nothing about all of them, and if they're anything like their sister, well, I don't want to. Aside from that, there's the whole trusting strangers in my home with my kids as well. Nope. 4. Why exactly can't they stay with Diane's parents? They have a 3-bedroom home and live alone. Why can't they host their son and grandchildren? Answer, he and his dad don't get along, and since her dad is the only decent person in her family that I've met and liked, that's a red flag for me. I told Diane and my brother that I really am not comfortable with this, and the response was, "Please? It's family!" Ugh. My boyfriend, weird to say boyfriend at my age, said he would stay with us all weekend if I was uncomfortable having them there alone, and would help out since I will also be expected to properly host, which means cooking for everyone, etc. That's great, and would help with the uncomfortable part for sure, but even still, aside from the trust issues I have, I am primarily worried about where the kids will be during everything. The response was, "We're still figuring that out." After that, I doubled down on the no, since I have visions of them saying the 9-year-old could babysit the 1, 4, and 5-year-old at my house. My family is 50-50 on me being an asshole about it, and Diane's family, except her parents, also think that I'm being an asshole since it's just one weekend, and I usually host all the holidays and such. They say that I'm being a snob about it, and I'm out of touch because I cannot appreciate their financial struggles. Jesus effing Christ. Up until about a decade ago, I was exactly in their shoes monetarily. I don't care that they don't have Bezos money. I care that they are strangers. Someone in my house will likely be expected to babysit and miss the ceremony, or be expected to babysit all weekend while their parents are out partying. And the fact that there's family tension between them and their parents is giving me anxiety about what I can expect from my potential guests. Am I being an asshole? In the comments, I love that. Please, it's family. Well, it's not OP's family, so that doesn't count. Not the asshole. I think you're really smart not letting yourself be manipulated. Of course, she'll probably get everyone she can to hound you, so just stay off social media and text "not your concern" to anyone who texts you or sends emailed guilt trips. OP replies, "Oh yes, that's already happening. The hounding. I'm proud of myself for not snapping anyone's effing head off yet. I really just wanted to book them a hotel, but then again, that's still me solving their problem. I texted my other brother, who lives out of state, and asked him where he's staying when he comes into town. They have a hotel in that town. I'm currently in the process of begging him and his family to come stay with me. I think I may have averted this quote-unquote crisis. When asked what about a hotel near the venue, cheaper than a 3-hour drive for the brother and his family, OP says, "God, yes. Not to mention, they would need to rent a car if they stayed out at my place. If they stayed in a cheap hotel in town, they would be able to catch rides to events and whatnot with their local family members. Seems so simple to me. I gotta say, I'm curious AF about why their family has blackballed them, and who in the hell I pissed off that my punishment is being the chosen one to deal with them. It's not happening. Many have made valid points that even we aren't going to want to drive 3 hours home after the wedding and reception. I booked us rooms for the night of the wedding. OP on having security for her house if the family tries to show up. Fortunately, our road has a gate, and before the gate was put on the road last season, our driveway had a gate. We live in a touristy area in the summer. They won't get too close, and I plan to ignore my phone. I would feel like the most horrible person to turn kids away at night, but I can do it if necessary. I suppose I should text Diane and be very clear that if they show up, they will be stuck. There are no taxis, most places to stay are Airbnbs or small bed and breakfast type places. If they cannot afford the Days Inn near the venue town, then no way they can afford one of those places around here. Actually, I'll get in touch with her dad. I know he or his wife will make it understood to them. And if they show up in the area, ignore, ignore, ignore. Back up to the post, there is an update. I've been getting bombarded with calls and texts from Diane and my brother, which I've ignored until about an hour ago. I calmly asked, "What's up?" when I answered. I could hear the panic in her voice as she rushed to berate me for being so cruel while she had so much else to deal with. Lady, I work full-time. I travel for work. I have 2 kids playing high school football. I have 2 kids who have part-time jobs. And I am a single mom. I don't exactly have an easy schedule and free time myself. She went on to say that she had been so sure that I would be willing to help. Read, babysit her family that no one else wants around, it seems. That she already promised that they could stay in the pool house. Let's be clear, the pool house has a bathroom, a large living area, and a tiny kitchenette. It is barely the size of a primary bedroom, let alone big enough for 6 people. It's not some extravagant space. I told her, sorry, but that's not my problem. You should have asked first. I also have the kids, and I booked at the XYZ hotel because I plan to drink at the wedding, and I'm not driving home after that. How did you plan to get them to my house anyway? Are they renting a car? Who's babysitting? Why can't your parents take the kids if the issue is with your brother? Why would he bring them if he couldn't afford it anyway? This is some seriously poor planning. I fired those questions off at her like bullets out of a gun. She said that this was dumped on her, and she was stuck. I said, so you thought I was the best choice to dump this on to take it off your plate? We aren't exactly close, Diane. Please stop asking me. I'm not going to do this for you. My answer is final. Sorry, not sorry. We are uninvited from the wedding. I don't believe my brother will allow that, but if it comes to pass that we don't get to go, then good riddance. Well, that was a lot. That was an entire shit show. I don't even know what to say at this point. I like how you handled it though, because you didn't devolve into name-calling and throwing shit at them. That was actually pretty graceful of you, OP. I think you set pretty clear boundaries. They were intent on pushing those boundaries, and now you get punished for having fucking boundaries. There's no winning. Diane is manipulative as hell. And you're right, she dumped that mess on you thinking that you'd be too polite or the pressure would be too much to refuse it. Well, unfortunately, Diane, you're an asshole. I hate you. But I believe in the greater good that your brother will rise above and extend the olive branch and allow you back in the wedding, OP. I doubt that he will kowtow to Diane's bullshit. But hey, if this is how she wants to play it, maybe you saved yourself a weekend of chaos. There's always the potential for retaliation in these situations. But yeah, if they try to guilt trip you, just keep restating the facts. You weren't asked, you were told, and that your home is not a backup hotel for these people. Keep at it. I love that. I love this so much. And now, on to the update. So, my soon-to-be sister-in-law called me and invited us back to the wedding today. The wedding is Saturday. I could tell that it was a very forced action on her part. Not an ounce of sincerity in her apology, nor any mention that she was in the wrong, save for overreacting in the heat of the moment. I had already spoken to my kiddos about what they wanted to do and their thoughts on it if they were to re-invite us, and they were of the same mindset as me. Screw that. So we made other plans for the weekend. I passed this along to her, and she had the audacity to say, "Oh well, then you guys can babysit, right?" I literally laughed and told her to fuck off. She started crying and saying that I never gave her a chance. I've always been so mean to her, and she doesn't know what she's ever done to me, blah blah blah. I, not so gently, acknowledged that I never gave her the opportunity to pull the wool over my eyes because I am smarter than her. But I have watched her quietly manipulate almost everyone in my family in some way or another. My brother is angry with her because we are not coming, and it was her responsibility to make it right, and she completely blew it. To be fair, my brother hasn't communicated to me once personally about the incident, and that kinda pisses me off too. Like, you couldn't tell me that you don't feel the same and you would like us to come? I've got my dad saying, of course he wants you there. He's so pissed at Diane. Okay, Pops. So that's all, folks. We'll be spending our weekend at the Michigan vs. Michigan state football game and tailgating with the best fans in the state. #Hail, #GoBlue. In the comments, other than saying that she didn't believe that she could have children over 5 years ago, which really is none of your business, how has she caused family drama? How has she manipulated people? You're not the arsehole because you can decide who can and can't stay at your house, but you do come off as a cold bitch who probably didn't give her a chance. Comment is for this YouTube video be like, the ultra-individualistic Redditor strikes again. They only care about themselves. OP replies, this isn't a she didn't believe that she could have them and lucked out type of situation. She baby-trapped my brother by saying that she had her uterus removed. No one without a uterus can ever get pregnant. And an ectopic pregnancy is a 1 in a million fallopian tube pregnancy that results in the death of the fetus and possible death for the mother. Neither of these things are possible at all. There was no misunderstanding. She lied to and manipulated him. None of my business? Maybe not, but it surely shows the type of person she is. I did give her an honest try. She wasn't my cup of tea for sure, but I didn't give up on her until the baby drama and all that had transpired since. She told my parents that she has stage 3 ovarian cancer, but her insurance wouldn't allow her to pursue treatment unless she had a dedicated care person. My dad quit his job to provide that for her. There were all kinds of mishaps. He never got training, never got paid, etc., etc. 3 months later, she admitted that she didn't have cancer, just didn't want to be alone all the time. So my dad took an early retirement for nothing. Oh brother, this Diane stinks. I don't know how many times she asked one of my kids to babysit with pay and then never paid them. Twice. So you do know? There was no food in the house, and my daughter had to order DoorDash to feed my nephew. In itself, not an issue. But don't lie. Just say, I can't afford to pay you, but could you help me out? She told her boss that she was missing so much work because her fiancé is a drug addict and abusive towards the kids, so she takes off the days when he doesn't work to protect her kids if he is high. Of course, her employer called CPS. Turns out she was the one with a drug issue. She went to rehab and all is well in the world again. Eye roll. Oh my god, my mouth is agape. I didn't think Diane could get this bad. Oh my god, Diane! The list goes on and on. If she says the sky is blue, you damn well better look out the window and check for yourself. Sadly, my brother chalks all of this up to her struggling with addiction. But she's sober now and better, according to him. For what it's worth, she's still a shit person. If that makes me cold-hearted, then so be it. Another commenter says, I hope they don't know where you live and try to break into your home or something stupid like that. OP says, well, fortunately, our home has a gated drive and security system, and this past spring, the township we live in turned our road into a private/gated road due to many issues with summer tourists. Initially, I had considered removing our gate because it seemed like overkill, but now it seems like a blessing in disguise. Another commenter says, She just sounds like a right pain. Have a great weekend away from her mess. Also, her lack of effort in the apology, not to mention re-inviting you days before the wedding, is just childish. Good luck to your brother. And OP says, yes, he's gonna need it. Oh my god, the real story was everything about Diane here. Like, I have forgotten about the wedding drama now, OP. You need to write more about it. This explains a lot. This explains so much about why you got uninvited from the wedding. She is an addict that wants control. She doesn't want to reconcile with you. That wasn't an apology from her. She's just saving face. She's just trying to keep up appearances, and not because she realized she crossed the line. I think she's line blind. There are no lines in her life. I think you're right to skip the wedding now. Probably don't want to go there, because who knows what she's gonna do. And, if there are people in your family that have a problem with you not being at the wedding, or will shit on you for this, are they completely ignorant of, what she's like and everything you've just described? Or do they have intentional memory loss and are like, you know what, put all that aside. She may well be a radioactive dumpster fire that everyone should avoid, including your brother, but we need to put that in the past and come together as a family. I don't know. I'm just projecting my view of how people may react in this instance, and I would love you to come back and tell me more about this, because I am hooked, line and sinker, into this mad woman that is Diane. This has got me addicted, you might say. Cheers for the story, OP. Good luck with everything. Hope that Michigan won. I think I'm just going to preface this next one with a trigger warning for sexual assault and coercion. So if that's not your cup of tea, maybe click off. Anyway, this one's by user Professor Groped, titled, My professor, mid-30s male, groped me, 20 female, and offered a better grade for sex. So I'm an undergrad in my second year of classes, and this semester is the first time that I've had this professor. He seemed like a really nice guy, and I approached him after the first or second class to talk to him. He was really nice and answered a lot of my questions, and we even chatted casually for a bit. At the end of our chat, he wrote down his number and handed it to me and said to message him whenever. I was ecstatic because I really struggle in my major and I felt like he was investing in me. Over time, he would message me about random things, and even from time to time, he would message me if I hadn't turned in a homework assignment or if I hadn't come to class a particular day. I asked around, and he hadn't done this for any other students. He's given his phone number to some other students, but they're all in the internship at his other job that he is the supervisor of. He would sometimes flirt with me, and at first I thought the special attention was nice and would flirt back. He would sometimes have me stay after class or ask me to come back if I'd left frequently. It's always been vague or subtle, never truly direct until recently. My finals are next week, and I admit I'm not doing the greatest in his class. I will pass, but with a C if I do well on this final. I'd asked him if there was any extra credit available. He then asked me what I was willing to do. I said I would do pretty much anything to get my grade up, and he then began to make some subtle references continuously as the conversation went on. He never stated over text explicitly what he wanted. Today, class ended early, and I headed back to my dorm. He then messaged me and asked if I still wanted to make that plea for extra credit. I said that I still wanted it and was waiting for him to tell me what opportunities he had for me. He said something generic, so I asked if he wanted me to come back, like I've done previously. He said yes. When I got to the classroom, he asked if I was truly willing to do anything and if I was willing to go down that route. I was nervous, but I still felt nice having that special attention, and I stupidly said yes. He essentially offered that I would have a good grade in the class if I sent him explicit pictures of myself, and if I would go back somewhere with him sometime. I agreed to the photos, and after I'd sent a few, he asked me to see them himself. I thought he just wanted me to flash him. He told me to go to the back of the classroom so no one could see me from the window in the door. He then locked it and stood between me and the door and my backpack. This is when I started to regret being there and was scared of what he might do to me. He asked me to take off my shirt. I did, and he touched my boobs. Then he asked to see my butt and pulled down my pants, and he touched me, and then my vagina, which he also touched. I said I wasn't comfortable doing anything else, and he let me go. He asked if I was free tonight, and I said I was busy with a friend, and he left. The gravity and the weight didn't really hit me until after, and now I feel really gross. I had joked with my friends that this might happen, but I never truly thought that it actually would. I feel so uncomfortable. I'm also scared to file anything because he's grading a large project soon, and he'll be grading my final. This class is in my major, and I really don't want him to take any anger out on me. I'm also scared because he never publicly stated that he was willing to trade sex for my grade over text. He only did it in person. Do I really have any evidence at all? How do I prove that he touched me? This is such a small department too, that I'm scared everyone will know that it was me. Please, any advice on what I should do? Edit, I forgot to mention that I realized the number he gave me is a Google Voice number and not his actual cell number. He's only been contacting me through that. Does this mean that he's been planning this from the start? In the comments, the Glitch RM says, steps to follow / what I would do. 1. Gather anything that can be used as proof. 2. Don't spread the word about it in your college since the teacher might hear about it and go in defensive mode / plan something. 3. Ask for appointments to the counselor and dean about a very sensitive topic. You don't have to say on email what it's about if you don't want to, but giving an idea of what it is about might be good since they'll take you in ASAP as an urgent matter. 4. With a copy of all the proof, show it to the dean and the counselor and explain what happened verbally too. 5. Comply with the college. If you are not happy with the results, then go to the police department. Every second matters. Most importantly, do not give in. A valid point you can make is that the teacher purposely lowered your grades in order to make you the offer. All schools and colleges have extremely effective and harsh punishments about these kinds of things. You will be fine. OP replies, thank you so much. Do you think that it would be alright to wait until the morning? I feel really gross and it's already been so hectic. And I'm still scared and I know how much this will ruin his life. I know I shouldn't feel bad, but I feel really, really bad about that too. Do not go to a professor or dean, go directly to the Title IX coordinator at your school and file a report. Many staff who are mandatory reporters fail to understand their duty. At worst, they will tip off the respondent before you make it to Title IX. File the report, and if you need proof otherwise, you can supplement the report later. It is important to get yourself protected from retaliation and further harassment. The Title IX office will be able to protect you in that regard. Back up to the post, there's an update. Thank you to everyone who have been incredibly kind and have sent messages to see how I'm doing. I do have a support system in place, and they've been incredibly helpful. I've documented the event and emailed it to myself. I'm at the very least going to file a complaint in the Title IX office. I told someone else in my class, and we compared some of our tests and noticed that I lost a lot of points where he lost a few or none at all. Also, we noted that in my final project, I was paired with a student who was supposed to fail the class and given a week later start than everyone else. I've written these down and documented this as well. The professor has continued to message me, and I've been replying to keep his suspicions that I might report off of me. I also just wanted to let some of the meaner comments know I'm not saying that I was essayed in any capacity. I did fail to say no when he began touching me, but I never said yes, and I was in a situation where it was incredibly hard for me to say no until it became far, far too much. I agreed to photos and for him to see, but not to anything else. I'll update once I go through the process of reporting. Thank you to everyone who has given me their input and given me their strength. I know that you say it wasn't specifically that, but I have a very strong feeling that it was. This was coercion of the highest order. and I'm glad that you're documenting and reaching out for help. This is the hardest and most important step that you can take. What happened wasn't your fault, and you're doing the right thing by reporting it to that office. As people in the comments have said, they exist specifically for this, to protect you, to investigate, and to make sure that he can't do this to anyone else. I don't want you feeling bad about ruining his life or anything like that, because as you can see from comparing those notes on that test, he made deliberate, predatory choices. He planned this, he did groom you, and he did abuse his position. That's my take on this situation. That responsibility is entirely his. He is the one ruining his own life. I think you're handling this with a lot of courage, OP. Keep leaning on that support system you have, and I hope that your school offers counseling. I think you deserve to feel safe and to finish your degree without him being there anymore and without this hanging over you. And now, on to the update. Hi everyone. It's been about almost 2 years since I posted, but I wanted to give you an update for anyone who cares or had been in a similar situation. I ended up going to the Title IX office at my university, and they were incredibly helpful. They helped me every step of the way and still continue to assist me when I have difficulties in my class or in life. They helped me contact the police and begin an investigation. The professor was immediately fired from his position at the university and from his other job. He was the head of an internship at a company that was popular with students. He was found to be purposely sabotaging my grade and coercing me into sex. Several other girls also came forward and confirmed similar had happened to them. My department head was less than helpful, and even asked me not to speak about it to anyone to avoid damaging the reputation of the school. I'm in a male-dominated department, and honestly, I didn't expect much. I haven't spoken to any reporters or lawyers about the situation, and I'm unsure if I ever will. I don't have any updates on the investigation. I haven't been to trial, and it's been a debate in my own mind if I would even want to. I've had a restraining order filed, and I tried to move on and heal. I still have difficulty trusting male professors and get a lot of anxiety at the thought of being alone with them. Academic stress really triggers the trauma of the situation I was in, so school can be doubly difficult for me. It'll take me an extra year to graduate at this point, but I try to not beat myself up over it. The university has given me free therapy through their health center, and I've been in it for almost a year and a half. The healing process takes time, but I'm happy I'm growing as a person. It's a terrible situation I was a victim in, but it's my responsibility to heal from it. He robbed me of a lot of my security, but he won't take any more from me. I will take it back one day. If you're ever in a situation where a professor is making you uncomfortable, tell someone. I began by speaking with my friends, and they were the ones who recommended Title IX. You are not alone. It's not your fault. You are not dirty or gross. You are a student. They are the ones in power. They should know better. My DMs are open for anyone who has ever had questions or needs help. I wish the best for you. You are strong, you are capable, you will get through this. In the comments, CZ Hunk says, "Thank you for the update and for coming forward. I'm glad that there were resources available and that some people were helpful even if others were not. I'm glad the asshole is gone, and I hope he's never in a position of power that he can abuse again. Good luck with your continued journey." OP replies, "Thank you so much. It feels a little like justice, but I try to get closure on my own rather than spare any thoughts to him. I'm glad for this update and that he lost his job, but please reconsider not going to the police. This dude deserves to be punished for being such a piece of human garbage." OP says, "I did. Within the first few days, the Title IX lawyer actually came with me to file the report. They haven't contacted me with any update since a year ago though, so I have no clue where the investigation is now. If this school is in the USA, your country likely has a victim advocacy agency that can act as a liaison between you and the police to get those updates. It's your right as a victim to be informed throughout that process. RAIN may also be able to help contact you through these services by routing your call to your local SA agency. 800 656 HOPE. I hope this information is helpful in case you want to hear more about what happened with a criminal case. Kilgore Trout says, I work in Title IX, and I'm so glad to hear that the Title IX office at your institution was helpful. I know sometimes Title IX gets a bad rap, but I and everyone else I know who works in Title IX really cares about helping students. I'm glad that they were a good support system for you. OP replies, I was surprised by how helpful they were. They didn't shame me or make me feel uncomfortable. They were 100% supportive of any action that I wanted to take. Even when they reviewed the evidence, texts, tests, assignments, other student reports, they always made sure to emphasize that my comfort and privacy was above all. The efforts they made, and still make for my sake, have made a world of difference. Incredibly powerful update, OP. Thank you for sharing it. You should be proud of how you handled everything. You did the hardest thing that a person can do after being violated in this regard. You spoke up, you trusted the process, and you stayed the course, even though it has been painful and slow. I think you protected a lot of future students from being harmed by that same guy. It's so sad that the department head tried to silence you, but you did exactly what you and every other survivor should do. I think it's also amazing that the school is giving you that free therapy. I hope that it's helped you get back on track with your life, even though your degree is taking a year longer. I'm so happy that you kept fighting. You deserve a future where you feel safe, respected, and proud of how far you have come, OP, because you've earned it. Please keep taking your time to heal, and best of luck with whatever else life throws your way. I hope it's nothing but positivity from this point forward. Thank you for sharing your story. I caught my girlfriend of 18 months with another girl. Her absurd reaction. Okay, a little backstory. I'm 22, and my girlfriend, we'll call her Jess, and I have been in a relationship for nearly 18 months. She's very attractive, and in all honesty, I wouldn't say that I'm a lost cause, but I'm certainly punching a bit. Anyway, last week, we were at an exhibition function for our shared university course. It was a fairly normal evening, up until I saw her talking to this girl from the other side of the hall. Nothing unusual, I just didn't recognize her. However, when they turned around, I noticed the mystery girl had her hand seriously low on my girlfriend's back. I didn't think of it much at the time, but they were completely inseparable for the entire evening. The next week or so, we were unusually distant from each other. I wanted to make sure that nothing was wrong before I went away. I was going to Bristol for the weekend, and I didn't want to leave things on bad terms before I left. But she was having none of it, just being really blunt and such. So I left for my parents, who were giving me a lift to Bristol, but when I got there, my mum said that the old man was ill and that we wouldn't be going, at least not today. So, already angry that she didn't tell me this over the phone, I drove back to ours in a foul mood, and that's when I caught her. The front door was off the latch for some reason, so I didn't need my key. I came in the door normally, but I kinda stopped when I heard what sounded like Jess giggling. We live on a ground floor flat, so there's no floorboards to creak. As I got closer, I could hear someone, clearly a female, sounding quite breathy, like panting. At this point, I thought Jess might have been having some alone time or something, so I was about to make myself known until I looked down and saw a pair of worn pink All-Stars that I knew were not Jess's. At this point, confusion was starting to build, and as I turned the corner, our bedroom door was wide open, and there was the girl from the gallery in my fucking bed, and someone was beneath the covers. What the fuck is this? Is what I believe was my first reaction. Gallery girl just stared at me shocked, yet as I called to Jess, something strange happened. Absolutely nothing at all. She just stayed under the covers and didn't move. For what felt like the longest time, I just stood there, open-mouthed, until I finally shook myself into action and started to leave. Next thing I know, she comes flying out the door into the hallway of the block, wearing just a pair of knickers and a vest for God's sake, trying to somehow make this out to be my fault. I literally didn't know what to say. She's freaking out, and all I could come up with was, "You're not wearing anything. Get back inside. We'll discuss this later." When I got back to the car, the belated rage began to set in. I was angry she cheated, angry she blamed it on me, and angry that I didn't say something else. Honestly, it's the most ridiculous, absurd scenario that I've ever found myself in, and perhaps that's why I wasn't so angry initially, but now I'm wondering what to do. I didn't know she was into girls. She's never mentioned anything like that, and now she's cheated on me with one, and we're renting a flat together. Is this just her experimenting? Can we recover? Has anyone else been in this situation before? I'm at my wit's end here, people. In the comments, the dandy guy in space says, "Drop her like it's hot. She's trying to justify being a shitty person, and that ain't your fault." OP says, "That's all I can think of, but there's many other things to consider in all fairness. Look, obviously no one here is going to know the whole story and every detail. Based on information given, that's probably the best course. Unless you're trying to justify her cheating and looking for validation that it's actually your fault so you can feel good about staying with her." OP replies, "I don't mean consider from her side. She done the dirty, I know that, but we've literally just committed to a 6-month rental. She's texting all the time saying she's sorry. I just don't want to be too rash here. If you saw her getting fucked by a man, would you still hold the same opinion?" OP says, I guess not. I wanted to tell myself that she was maybe just experimenting, but she was clearly going down on this chick, and I honestly don't know how long it's been going on. Look, cheating is cheating. Doesn't matter if it's a man or woman, and even if it was experimenting, I'm not going to accept my significant other to be comfortable with her coming home to me fucking another dude's butthole because I was curious. Experimenting or not, she cheated on you. Now, there are 2 things you can do. Try and patch it up, or end the relationship. Actually, based on his edit, it more sounds like she used him to hide her sexuality. OP says, "Yeah, to be honest, the more I learn about this, the more it sounds like she's way past experimenting. I mean, she was going down on the other girl. I might be able to believe that this was an experimenting thing if it was the other way around, but most girls don't just go from 100% straight to eating pussy. They just don't. Regardless, it's still cheating." OP replies, "Honestly, it's this kind of thing that's been going around my mind since it happened. She never let on a single hint that she was anything but straight until the moment that I found her between another girl's legs. I feel like the whole thing we had has just been a lie. Can you go into a little more detail about her absurd reaction? You teased it in the title, but trying to somehow make this out to be my fault didn't really deliver." OP says, "Well, partly absurd, because she was wearing basically nothing out in the hallway where strangers from other flats come and go. And she's historically quite a modest person. Worse though, because she said something along the lines of, 'You said you were leaving for Bristol,' which absolutely flabbergasted me. And then the nail in the coffin was, 'What, so I get all of the blame for this?' To which I had no appropriate response other than absolute fury. So I took the decision to calmly tell her to go back inside, and I left." Edit. I've read nearly all the comments now, and honestly, you guys are pretty much spot on, I'm afraid. I can't go back to her and keep any shred of dignity, especially after I found Gallery Girl on Facebook earlier and messaged her. She admitted that it's been going on for a while and is desperate for me to not tell anyone. As much as it would be a shitty move, I'm considering outing them both. Knowing her friends, the last thing Jess would want is for them to think that she's into girls. I know it's petty, but I'm just so mad right now. Zay Inked says, "In regards to your edit about outing her, I understand that you already said you wouldn't, but please consider before telling anyone, no matter the circumstances, outing her could put her in physical danger. With her family, her friends, random people on the street. It's not just a shitty thing to do, it's literally bargaining her physical health, living situation, friendships, relationships, etc. She did a horrible thing, but nothing calls for that. This is the UK. People aren't as bothered about these things as they are in the US. She certainly wouldn't be in any physical danger. Pretty much all women I know identify as bisexual. It's not all that surprising when you find out that a girl likes being with other women. OP replies, honestly, the worst thing that would happen is that her asshole friends who she used to make derogatory lesbian jokes with would realize how much of a fucking hypocrite she has been this whole time. Couldn't think of a nicer outcome for the girl. I understand where you're coming from, but at the same time, I think you should just tell people that she cheated on you and not out her. I don't think that you should let your anger make you out her. I think that could seriously backfire and cause more hurt than it's worth, and it would make you stoop to do something that you'd regret, I think. I think you should just talk to your landlord about breaking or transferring the lease and, not living with her, maybe going to move in with your parents in Bristol if you can. I don't think this relationship is at all worth salvaging, worth fighting for. Just don't do it. It's not worth it. You deserve someone who treats your home and your trust as sacred, not someone who uses you as a beard. Just take a breath, get away from the situation, and then get out while you can. I think that's the best course of action here. And now, on to the update. So I had a lot of back and forth texts with the ex. She stopped saying she's sorry. Instead, she's trying to say that I didn't see what I thought I saw, which is hilarious. Here's the kicker though. She told one of our mutual friends, a girl, that we split up because she had a guy round and I hit the roof and overreacted. I wasn't going to divulge the full story to anyone, but after I heard that she had said that, I told this mutual friend the whole story. Mutual friend didn't believe me, so I showed her the messages between me and the gallery girl. Now her friends at least know that she's a cheat and a liar. Also, I told the landlord that I'd like to take myself off the lease because this has happened and he's looking into it. Hopefully that can be resolved in the next week or so. I've also been getting spammed with texts from Jess today saying that I'm heartless and that I've ruined her life. Oh, the irony. In the comments, Kelly Thean says, while I sit here on my balcony and smoke my last cigarette for today, bedtime, nothing better has ever satisfied this loneliness of mine than reminiscing about a post that I read earlier today by OP and the result being posted with sweet vengeance. Bless you, stranger. You've made my heart a little lighter. OP replies, obviously it's a shitty situation all around, and honestly, I was willing to pretty much let it all slide after I cooled off from yesterday, but lying about me to our mutual friends, nah. Benita Applebum says, oh, please tell her this. Not in a way that she can reply back, cause you should cut her out, but in a snarky note on a bouquet of the cheapest flowers ever left on the stoop to your old apartment. She opens the door, reads the start of the note, and feels hope, and then you dash it. But I'm a vengeful god. Don't take my advice. OP says, it's good advice in my opinion. However, I am in constant discourse with the girl despite the fact that she's talking absolute nonsense. Well, here's some good advice then. Stop talking to her. There's nothing to gain from it. I mean, come on, she's obviously an idiot. Thinking back to the first post when she hugged up in the gallery while you were there, how does a person that stupid manage to feed and clothe themselves? OP says, you were correct. After tonight, I dare say that we won't speak again, other than me going over to get my stuff. Another person says, quote, she told one of our mutual friends, a girl, that we split up because she had a guy round and I hit the roof and overreacted, wasn't going to divulge the whole story to anyone, but after I heard what she had said, I told this mutual friend the whole story. Yeah, I suspect once you start lying like she did, all bets are off. She compounded an already terrible situation. I don't think she thought things through. OP says, yeah, I tried to explain this to her over text. This is completely all her own doing. She, at first, claimed I didn't see what I know I saw, and then she tried to explain that people might think that I'm making it up, clearly not realizing that I'd spoken to Gallery Girl over Facebook. I showed her the proof, but said that I wouldn't out her if she was honest about it all with our friends. She wasn't honest, so I told them. I really don't know what she thought would happen here. Quote, she stopped saying that she's sorry, instead trying to say I didn't see what I thought I saw. How dumb does she think you are? What was she expecting you to say? Oh, you're right. I didn't see you in bed with someone else after all. I was just hallucinating. OP replies, I think she's just in full damage control mode now, and quite frankly, isn't making a lot of sense. She'd rather shift the blame back onto me than to confront the fact that her slightly homophobic friends now know that she's into girls, so she is panicking. I can't help but wonder, do you just have to take a moment and wonder what kind of person you were dating? She just sounds so dumb. OP says, honestly, I know I've painted a picture of an incredibly stupid girl, but that's what makes her actions here all the more shocking to me. She really isn't that dumb. I have to believe that her getting caught in a seriously compromising position is what has led to her to act so stupid. Because I've found myself completely dumbfounded at some of the stuff that she's said and done since I caught the two of them. What the ex told the friends exactly, OP says, I think her implication to the mutual friend was that there was just a guy at our house and no funny business was going on. Like there actually was with the girl. I really feel like some people cannot handle ever being the bad guy in this situation, and that is why we see such overreactions like this where people need to be the victim, where they have done something terrible and they can't square that circle. They are not a bad person, and they refuse to accept the reality that they are a bad person that has done a bad thing, and she spirals out of control to convince herself that actually no, it is you, OP, that is the bad person here. Because I myself would never do anything evil. I would also never get caught doing something evil because I am also smarter than that. And what it has led to is her getting outed in every single way. She could have stayed quiet. She could have accepted the narrative that you were cool with, just saying that, she cheated. It is what it is. We're moving on. But she did have to compound the situation. Who knows why? She's an idiot, and she deserves everything that's happened to her at this point. I don't think you need to waste any more time or mental exhaustion on this waste of space. Just move on with your dignity intact. Let her continue to ruin her own life, and tell the full story to everyone at this point. She's earned it. She has earned it. Screw her. Our next post is by user Bailey91, and it's titled, My captain tried to leave me in a place that I couldn't legally enter. I felt scared, trapped, and completely alone. Hi everyone. I wanted to share something that happened recently while working as a stewardess/deckhand on a 20-meter yacht. I've worked in yachting for a while, and this was honestly one of the most stressful and frightening experiences I've ever had. I had accepted a job that was supposed to last until mid-October, but by the end of September, things had become unbearable on board, so I decided to resign. My contract required a 7-day notice period, so I stayed on board out of professionalism. At that time, we were in Corsica, and the plan was to sail from there to the Canary Islands. The moment I gave notice, the captain's attitude completely changed. He became distant and cold, and every time I tried to talk to him about when and where I'd be getting off the yacht, he avoided giving me a straight answer. I asked several times, trying to plan ahead and just understand what was going to happen, but he kept brushing me off. When we got closer to southern Spain, he told me that I'd be disembarking in Gibraltar. I immediately explained that I couldn't. I have a Colombian passport and would need a UK visa to enter Gibraltar. I tried to show him the official government information, but he refused to look at it and kept insisting I was wrong. I tried to reason with him calmly, but he wouldn't listen. By that point, I was getting extremely anxious. I didn't want to risk being detained or deported just because he didn't care to check the rules. I tried to contact the management agency, but it was a Sunday and no one answered. I was at sea, isolated, and starting to panic. The Wi-Fi barely worked, and I felt completely helpless. Out of desperation, I reached out directly to the yacht's owner. I explained everything and sent the relevant information about the visa situation. Thankfully, the owner understood and told the captain to let me off in southern Spain instead of Gibraltar. But after that, things got worse. When I went up to the flybridge for my watch, the captain followed me and started screaming at me. He said that it was unacceptable that I'd contacted the owner, denied that I'd ever tried to talk to him, and kept insulting that Gibraltar was Schengen territory, which it isn't. He tried to grab my phone twice, and at one point, he made a gesture like he was going to hit me. In that moment, I felt completely terrified. There were only 3 of us on board: him, his partner, the chef, and me. I locked myself in my cabin, hid my passport, and barely slept for the next 20 hours until we finally reached Spain. Only then did I finally feel safe again. It was honestly traumatizing. I had a panic attack that night, and I'd never felt so vulnerable and unsafe at work. I know life at sea can be intense, and captains can be demanding, but no one should ever feel threatened or trapped, especially in a place where you can't just walk away. I'm sharing this because I know that there are others out there in yachting and other industries who have faced similar situations. Please, always trust your instincts. If something feels wrong, speak up, document everything, and don't let anyone intimidate you into silence. Has anyone else gone through something like this? How did you cope afterwards? In the comments, dude had main character syndrome plus anger issues. That's a combo for disaster. I hope he gets blacklisted for real. That's not leadership, that's pure ego. OP says, honestly, I'm waiting to receive my payment, and right after that, I'll report him. Abuse towards crew, towards female crew, usually comes from older captains. Some of them think that because they hold a captain's license and because they have authority, they can do whatever they want, and sadly, they barely face consequences. Another commenter says, 100% report him to whatever, yachting authorities or whatever is available. Sorry, I'm not sure exactly how it works or who oversees it. At the least, contact the owner again and inform him of everything. I would hope that he wouldn't want his captain manning his yacht in the future. And OP says, I'll report him soon. Unfortunately, they still owe me money. And I hope the same. It was a horrible experience. It's terrible to feel unsafe, trapped, vulnerable, and disrespected, especially when you're far away from shore, when there's barely any Wi-Fi connection to notify your loved ones. Another commenter says, bruh, that captain sounds unhinged. Like, what the hell? You literally told him the visa thing, and he still gaslit you? I'm glad you went over his head. That could have ended way worse. And OP says, honestly, I think he tried to make me disembark in Gibraltar as revenge because I quit. I told him that when we were still in Corsica, that I should disembark in the Balearic Islands or in the south of Spain, that it wouldn't be possible for me to disembark in Gibraltar due to my passport restrictions. I think he knew that I would get in trouble in Gibraltar, and that's why he insisted on leaving me there. He just tried to make it seem that he was right because he's a captain, and I'm wrong because I'm just a crew member. But I'm from Colombia. We need visas to go to some countries. I know my passport and visa restrictions. OP shares her concerns with the past and future crews if they work with the same captain. Honestly, I wouldn't like anyone to go through this situation. We were sailing in the Mediterranean and my boyfriend was in Italy. I knew he would help me out. But what about other people? What if other crew members have gone through the same situation and they didn't have a single person help them out? The previous crew member they had is from South Africa. She was on board for just about 20 days. The captain told me that she left because her mum got sick, and a few days later, he had told me that she left because she had a shoulder injury. I think she went through something similar, and it was her first boat, so she probably didn't know what to do. And what would happen to the next person they hire? As far as I know, the boat would cross the Atlantic and would go to the Caribbean. What if they hire someone in Europe? They take her to the Caribbean and she finds herself in a similar situation or worse? I'm concerned about past crew and future crew experiences. Another commenter says, I think the captain was right. You wouldn't have had a problem. There's an open border agreement between Gibraltar and Spain. It was signed just in June of this year. OP says, the official website states that Colombians need a visa. Gibraltar would have simply taken you to the airport and ensured that you flew out of the country. Most countries would do that. I mean, there are some countries I wouldn't want to get dropped in, but most understand that it's not their first rodeo. OP says, "I don't want anything like that to go on my record. I travel quite a lot because of work and because of personal reasons. I've never had issues in any country, and I won't have them just because someone doesn't want to talk about that topic in order to reach an agreement." Yeah, I mean, apart from the fact that he's intentionally putting you in danger and is intentionally trying to screw your future employment opportunities and travel opportunities because he wants to spite you, that's crazy. But yeah, apart from that, being isolated and powerless and just ignored by these people would shake anyone to their core. I hope that you can actually report him for this and that you can make a paper trail of everything that happened. If anything, this guy needs to be fired and blacklisted for doing this because he will just do it again to future crew members. I would be traumatized if I had to stay up for 20 hours and had a panic attack like you. You are genuinely a victim of abuse in this situation. No one should have to deal with that. You handled this well. You stuck through it. I'm very proud of you for that one, OP, but Jesus Christ, we need some justice from this dickhead. And now, onto the update. First of all, I want to thank all of you for the love, the support, the understanding, and the advice. My previous post got deleted for some reason, but basically this is what happened. I'm just going to skip to the relevant part. A few hours later, when I went to the flybridge to do my watch, the captain started shouting at me, tried to grab my phone out of my hands twice, and at some point made a gesture like he was about to punch me in the face. I started feeling really anxious about the situation because I was far away from shore, I barely had any Wi-Fi connection, and he started being aggressive and his partner was on his side. I went to my cabin to hide my passport and my valuable belongings, but from that point, I was feeling unsafe and we still had more than 15 hours of navigation. Luckily, I had started recording the conversations with him a few days before that incident because I knew he was going to deny everything. And I recorded the conversation, his shouting, in the flybridge. He said that most likely I wouldn't get the tip from the previous charter because it was up to him to give it or not to me, and I recorded other interesting things that he said. I disembarked the next day near Malaga. I was waiting to get paid first before making an official report to the owner, the management agency, and the flag state. In this case, the Cayman Islands. I already got paid, and I've made the report as many of you suggested. So now, the update. I decided to include in the report screenshots of emails that I had with the consulate and maritime authorities of Gibraltar, because for some reason the captain was sure that Gibraltar is a Spanish territory, but it's UK territory. They're doing some sort of agreement to be a part of the Schengen territory, but as of today, Colombians do need a visa, and it's a process that takes 2 months. Also, I decided to include screenshots of the conversations that I had with my boyfriend, my mum, and some colleagues who had been in the industry long enough and also know the rules and the procedures. These conversations are brief because of the bad Wi-Fi connection we had, but you can clearly see that I was terrified. Terrified of getting in trouble with the immigration authorities and the police, terrified of having a bad record of my travel history, as due to work and personal reasons, I do travel quite a lot, terrified of being beaten up by the captain and his girlfriend. As expected, the owner was the first person to respond to my report. He's a very nice person. Apparently, he got my report, and he called the captain, and of course the captain said that I was making things up, and that none of that ever happened, and that the only thing that I wanted was to get money out of lies. The owner listened to me. I described in detail everything that happened, and also, I told him that I had recorded the conversations. I didn't include this in the report because I knew he would deny it. So the owner asked me to forward him those recordings, and I did. He listened to them and said that I'd speak to him again next week. The management agency and the flag state haven't answered yet. I don't even care what they have to say about it. I just don't want anyone to go through a similar situation because it is a nightmare. I've never felt so vulnerable, scared, and anxious. Some of you suggested that I should try to reach out to the previous girl as she also quit in less than 20 days, and I suspect that something happened while she was on board. I know this isn't the first time he's done something like that, but unfortunately, I just know that she's young, South African, and I know just her first name. So it's not an easy task to find her. I don't know what the owner would say to me. I honestly hope he gets fired. Putting someone through that situation is just evil, especially because he abuses the authority he has when it comes to young women who are in a foreign country and trying to make some money. And the worst part is that his partner backs him up. Thank you so much again. Your response is so amazing and helpful. I definitely appreciate it, and I had to give you an update. In the comments, I'm proud of you. It's not easy to stand up to an old entitled bully. He is hoping that the owner is as appalled by what happened and will kick the liability. OP says, thank you so much. Some people told me that I should get my money and forget about it, but I'd feel guilty if I don't try to do something, because most likely this would happen again to someone else. Absolutely gut-wrenching stuff. Dudes on a power trip always show their true colors eventually. Respect for standing your ground and not letting this slide. At this point, it's not just about you or that other girl, it's about every other person he might try this on. That audio might just be your golden ticket. Stand firm. We've got your back. Karma's a bitch, and it's about time this captain's ship sank. Keep us updated and stay safe. Yeah, you did the right thing every single step of the way, OP. You were professional, you documented everything, and you protected yourself, as you should. That was very courageous of you. You were isolated, you were scared, and completely dependent on those two who were mistreating you. I hope that the owner actually does the right thing and brings consequences down on those two, but I guess nothing is guaranteed in this lifetime. That sucks, but at least you're alive and safe and can move on from this. Thank you for sharing your story, and thank you for coming back with an update. Am I the asshole for letting a kid go home with his actual parent? So I was asked last minute to give a ride to a child on my son's soccer team by my wife and the child's mother, Dana. She's a single mum who's friends with my wife, and they have a weekly ride-sharing system that works for her and my wife. Since my wife is out of town, I agreed with no issue to take the kid to the game. In the past, when I've taken him, he's gotten picked up back at our house after the game or practice by Dana. This time at the game, Dana's ex, Jay, arrived towards the end. I know him from their time together, and while I've heard terrible things about him through my wife, most of it is relationship stuff between them, and I've never had an issue personally with him. Dana's mother was having a casual conversation with him, which I interrupted to ask if he, Jay, was taking the kid home. He said yes. The grandmother didn't object, she just asked me to tell her daughter that her phone battery had died. When I got home, my wife was irate, saying that I left the child with an abuser, and how could I allow him to take the kid? She said I was irresponsible and potentially putting the kid in danger or allowing him to be kidnapped. I think at most, this is a misunderstanding, but my wife says I'm in the wrong. Am I the asshole for not being more aware of the ride arrangements and plan for the child getting home? Edit. I'm not a fan of his after the divorce, but they do have their own custodial arrangements. Based on what's been shared with me, he hasn't been accused of any abuse towards the kids. The only time that I've seen him since the divorce is when it was his time with the kids. The child could have went home with his grandmother, whom he lives with. I left him with both of them. In the comments, Hanahan says, "You're the arsehole." Heads up, most kidnappings are actually by a non-custodial parent. If there was any lack of surety, you always keep the child with you. Wait until you contact the custodial parent before letting them go. OP replies, I definitely understand this. The child lives with Dana and the grandmother, and the grandmother was there when I asked about the ride arrangements at the game. To a deleted commenter, OP says, the terrible stuff was cheating and emotional abuse, gatekeeping money since he was the breadwinner, lying about other partners, nothing involving the kids directly. Useful Wolverine asks, why didn't grandma take her grandson home with her? OP says, I wanted to edit and add this, but didn't want to seem defensive. I actually don't know if he went with her or with him. I just left him with the two of them. They were chatting and there was no tension. She even asked me to tell Dana her phone battery died, which I did. He could have went with his grandmother, but I don't know. Yet. Chiaki says, If you were ever in custody of a child, which you were because the mother was asking you to do a pick-up and drop-off, part of that duty is to make sure that the kid is safe. If the answer is I think, I don't know, or they should be okay, then the answer was no. I don't know if this X guy was the kid's father or not. Dana, through your wife, asked you to take the kid home. There is no wiggle room in dealing with kids and their parents in this case. Also, you're the asshole. OP says, I know him. We knew the couple when they were together. It was his dad. He's not restricted to seeing him or being around him other than their schedule, which I don't know. They did not mention to me the arrangements for getting him home, which is why I was surprised that 2 members of his family came to the game. Dana thanked me the same evening, 1.5 hours after the game, for taking him. OP has asked some questions and answers them here. The first question is, did you have any way to communicate with Dana? It sounds like you could have called or texted her. OP says, I thought I had her number, but it was an old one. I messaged her on Facebook about her mum's phone and later for the updates and to get her updated number. 2. So what arrangements were made this time? Were you to take him back to your house or wait at the practice for Dana? OP says there was no arrangement made for pickup. I assumed I would be taking him home until I saw his family there. 3. Why would you take his word for this? Isn't Dana the one to ask? OP says, I'm not sure about taking his word. I just didn't ask him if he was allowed to take him. 4. Do you know whether Jay is legally allowed to have the kid in his custody? OP says, he definitely has some level of shared custody, not prohibited from contact. 5. You are not Jay's ex or kid. Why would you expect your experience of him as an ex of your wife's friend to tell you much about what he was like as a partner or father? OP says, it wasn't an expectation. Honestly, I would have removed that line in the text if I had known that it was going to raise so much controversy. I was only meaning that I had an otherwise cordial/surface level relationship with him. 6. When your wife calls Jay an abuser, do you consider her perspective on this to have any weight? Do you think that's an accurate description of him? OP says, I believe he was a bad husband. Cheating, drinking, emotional abuse, etc., with my wife telling me about one physical altercation. I don't actually speak with him since their divorce. 7. What do you think was misunderstood? OP says, I was confused why his family was there and if I was supposed to take him home at all. It wasn't communicated. 8. Which of those do you think might not be true? OP says, I agree that I should have reached out to Dana. As far as him taking their kids, he has them at least 3 times a month, so I don't believe that one was going to happen. I think Reddit is overreacting in this instance with everyone calling him an asshole here. I really do believe that people are jumping the gun. I'm gonna say not the asshole for this one. You left the child with his father and grandmother that are both known caregivers. No indication that the father was barred from custody, and no indication that he posed an immediate danger. It was only after the fact. I feel like your wife's argument is stupid here. You're not the family court. You're not required to interrogate these people about the custody arrangements. And you were also just never told. If there was a problem at all, that responsibility is squarely with Dana. And she is the one that has failed in this situation to clearly communicate. Your wife's reaction in this instance is just completely driven by the secondhand relationship history. Him cheating and being a bad partner to Dana doesn't make him an unsafe parent. And in fact, if you had done what she's freaking out about in this instance, you would be the one in the wrong by stopping the child from going home with his father and grandmother. I feel like that would have been a really awkward situation. Oh, hey guys, I know you're here to see the kid and everything, and, you're probably here to take him home, but Dana didn't say anything about you guys being here, so sorry, but I'm taking the kid. You are not an asshole for listening to the child's father and letting the both of them take responsibility for where the child ends up after the game. So no, not the asshole. And now, onto the update. So I messaged Dana and asked if I messed up. She said no, everything was fine, and his dad just came to say hi. The child went home with his grandmother. In the comments, Thunderflaps420 says, Jesus effing Christ. If this post doesn't show that most people on Am I the Arsehole are bloodthirsty and illiterate, then nothing will. OP left the kid with a grandmother, who he lives with, and the father, who OP had no reason to think wasn't allowed to interact with their child, regardless of the messy divorce. People jumping to call OP the arsehole, including his wife, clearly hadn't read the details before commenting. If the father wasn't permitted to interact with the child, then it's 1,000% on the mother to inform anyone who is caring for the child. People jumping so quickly from cheating husband to must be an abuser and shouldn't have custody of the child is pretty sickening. Besides which, if the father hasn't completely lost custody, then OP would have been the one legally kidnapping him if he had tried to prevent the man from taking his kid. If the police had been called, then they would have sent the boy with his father because he was the only person present with any legal custody right. I can't believe so many people don't understand this. A random person doesn't have the right to keep a child from their parent, even if the other parent wants them to do so. Unless the father has been stripped of his custody rights, he has a right to his child. Seriously, if I had been separated from my wife and some guy told me that I wasn't allowed to take my kid home because his wife told him to take her home, I'd have some choice words. And you'd be right to have some choice words. You'd be like, you, mate, you are kidnapping my child in front of my eyes. I have a legal right to my child. Who does your wife think she is, that she has authority over me in this case? OP, please go have a long, hard chat with your wife about why she is acting so crazy and irrational. Because her flipping out like this, if it had led to you doing something as stupid as being like, no, actually, I'm taking the kid. I know you guys are here to pick up the kid, but I'm making the choice that you're not going to do that because my wife said so. You would just cause so much damage. She is an idiot for getting up you for this one, and I think you need to go make her apologize. Seriously, dangerously stupid things have been coming out of that woman's mouth. And I think it is only right for her to recognize that and apologize for the potential damage that she could have caused here. Thank you for the story, and thank you for the update, OP. Our next post is by user FuzzyBat8678, and it's titled, My 25 female, boyfriend 24 male, doesn't want to be with someone as ambitious as myself. So I've wanted to be a veterinarian since I was a young girl. As I got older, I gave up on those dreams. But when I turned 23, I decided to give it a go. I went back to school and have since achieved an associate's degree with a 4.0 GPA and have plans to transfer to a university and then go to vet school. Long story short, my dreams don't seem so unattainable anymore. The problem lies with my relationship. With the way that things are going, I won't be done with school until I'm 30 to 31. I've always wanted to get married and have kids before that age, but since I decided to go back to school, I've reconsidered when would be a good age to have kids. My boyfriend wants to get married and start having kids this year, and although I would love to start a family, I'm so torn. Me starting a family with him would require me moving states back to my hometown and taking time off from school. Not only that, but my boyfriend has told me that he wants to be with a woman who wants to be a stay-at-home wife. This is a text that he sent me. I do not desire to be with a woman who is as ambitious as yourself. It's great for you that you have goals, but I want a big family and a traditional relationship. So, if I don't decide to change my plans, he and I are going to move on. I also want a big family, and I have no problem with prioritizing my future family when the time comes. However, I just can't reconcile with the fact that he's asking me to give up the dreams that I've had since I was a little girl. I love him so much, and I can't imagine my life without him, and so I've been questioning if I'm making the right choice by staying on the path to being a vet. I know it sounds stupid since I'm only 25, but I've been feeling like if I don't do this now, I might not find someone to marry and start a family with. This conversation with my boyfriend is making me question if men just don't want to marry a woman who puts their career first for a while. Maybe I shouldn't think like that, but it's hard not to. On the other hand, I feel like my boyfriend is asking me to give up my dreams so that he can live out his own. So I guess I just need advice. What are your thoughts on changing my plans to pursue my dreams in order to make my boyfriend happy? Is it worth it? Would I be making a mistake if I let the relationship with someone that I love go? In the comments, Sher Khan says, "Do not settle for stay-at-home mum life for this dude. Pursue your dreams, get your education, and build a stable financial foundation for yourself and future family." Is your boyfriend extremely financially successful and responsible? I highly doubt it. It sounds like he's jealous of your potential and wants to keep you from surpassing him in earning potential/career status. If he won't support your dream, he's not the man for you. Yup, he wants to bring her down so he can feel bigger. OP, would you want him to be lesser? If you really love someone, you want them to succeed, and he doesn't. Don't ruin your life by giving up on your dreams. Yeah, don't give up on your dream, your career, and your future for a boyfriend that supports neither of them. There will be plenty of men that won't ask their wives to move to their hometown and become a stay-at-home mum. Plenty of women have children and careers. Some even have husbands that take up the majority of childcaring and housework. Early 30s is young enough to start a family, especially if you already have found a great father to be by that time. But even if you haven't, there is time. I'm not just saying that because choosing a boyfriend over a career is generally a bad idea, but also because you deserve so much better than someone who looks at your dreams, your ambition, your hard work and says, "Nah, stay at home and make me some babies and a sandwich." I want you to end up with someone who sees and appreciates you, not just a woman-shaped someone that can fill a mother role in his life. OP replies, "Thank you so much for this comment. I've really been second-guessing myself, but it's true that the man that I'm meant to be with wouldn't look at my passions as a flaw and try to change me. It's just a sad thing to accept." Same Sherbet replies, "My biggest regret was not pursuing my college dreams at your age because I chose a man. I'm now in my early 40s, and like you, I recently finished an associate's degree. But the career that I originally wanted feels so far out of reach that I'm kind of starting over and finding something new. By the way, the man did not support my going to college, and I realized years later that he never really supported me, just the person that he wanted me to be. Ex-husband, thank goodness." This whole thing is a incompatibility issue. You don't have shared values anymore. Whatever values you did share have clearly completely diverged as this topic of your future together has come up. He is being very clear that he wants a stay-at-home wife and an immediate family, and you're very clear that you want to become a vet. Realistically, neither of you are wrong for wanting those things, but one of you has to sacrifice a core life goal in order for the relationship to work. And I think we all know at this point that that sacrifice leads to resentment and the relationship does not work. And I would think it will not work if one of you decides to bend the knee to the other. And yeah, OP, if you give up a lifelong dream for this man who explicitly says he doesn't want a woman like you, I would say that is an incredibly risky bet, and you should not let an emotional choice to stay with someone that you have invested so much time in destroy your future, your potential future. Love alone doesn't fix fundamentally different futures. There are other men out there who do want families and respect people like you, OP, that are ambitious partners. I think it would be wise to let this relationship go, because if you were to give up your dream instead, that would probably hurt more. That would probably do more long-term damage than just cutting ties now and finding someone that aligns with you more than this man. And now, on to the update. Thanks for the replies. I read every single one, and the general consensus is that I should not give up my goal of being a vet. A part of me knows that, but I was just second-guessing if I was making the right decision. I really love him, and have been with him since I was a teenager. If I'm being honest, I left out some information in order to keep the resources as non-biased as possible. I'll now be referring to boyfriend as my ex. Okay, so some important info/answers to some comments that I saw. My ex has known for years about my dream to become a vet and has only just recently sprang this on me that he doesn't want to be with me if I go through with it. It started with me talking about the cost of vet school. Then he gave me an ultimatum that if I go to vet school, then he's going to break up with me. When I told him that I'm not giving up on that goal, he kind of went back on his ultimatum. But then a week later is when he brought it up again, hence my post. So yes, he did ask me to give up being a vet. He told me that I wasn't acting like a lady. That as a woman, my purpose is to be a mum and a wife, and that I have no idea how the world works. Jesus Christ, why do you leave information like this out of the original post, OP? This is psychotic behavior. He's talking out of his ass. Another commenter asked why I would have to move back to my hometown. I moved out of my hometown and have been in a long-distance relationship ever since. My ex used to tell me that his plan was to move to the new city that I live in now, but he randomly decided against that. He was not willing to budge and told me many times that I would have to move back in order for us to be together. That was another point of contention for us. Many people were wondering if he had the resources to take care of a stay-at-home mother and a big family. Short answer, maybe, for a while. He hasn't had a stable job for months, but he has a good amount of money and assets. It would be okay for the short term, but definitely wouldn't provide the life that he or I have expressed that we would want. I left all of this information out because I wanted to hear people's advice at face value, but I recognize that all of this is pretty important information. I'm not sure if I'm missing any other important questions, so I'm open to answering more if needed. But I think at this point, the case is pretty cut and dry. He and I are broken up. I've come to the conclusion that even if I did everything that he wanted me to, he would still find something to put me down for and end up leaving me anyways. Sucks, but I guess I'll just focus on becoming a vet, and the whole family thing will hopefully come when it's meant to. Thank you guys again for your comments. I received such great advice, and I appreciate what everyone said so much. In the comments, Otherwise Mick says, "Your purpose is to be a mum and a wife? I would have broken up with him after that comment." The funny part is, the fact that there are many women who think like him and dream of being a stay-at-home mother and wife, but this type of man usually doesn't go after them. They want a woman with dreams so they can make her give up on them. It is so bizarre. The way my mother always explained it, the traditional man wants a woman to be subservient, but he never falls in love with subservient women. He's attracted to independent women. He's like an exotic bird collector, she said. He only wants a woman who is free because his dream is to put her in a cage. A quote by Trevor Noah. Bly the Cheese says, "When I was offered a fellowship with a stipend to earn my PhD, my then husband said, 'Hell no, you have enough damn education.' We are now divorced, and I'm still mad at myself for turning down that opportunity more than 30 years ago. Don't ever let a man get in the way of your dreams." Suishly says, "Conversely, my then husband fully encouraged me to go for my degree when I was 28, and we had 3 kids. I was terrified, but he pushed, and I went, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. And when I was due to graduate, he tried to insist on walking with me across the stage because he said that it was just as much his degree as it was mine." Yeah. People never fail to surprise me because that is not something that anyone has done before. It is not normal. So why does this guy think that this is something that he should do? I don't get it. I really don't understand. Anyway, OP, I think you made the right call in this update. He was obviously just wanting control over you, and when he said that bizarre string of words, he just showed his ass, didn't he? He's known about this dream of yours for years, and he waited until you were so close to achieving that dream, and then was like, "Well, here's an ultimatum. You're actually supposed to come back and be barefoot and pregnant in my kitchen, because that's what I want. Okay? And you have to do what I want because that's your role." I feel like the fact that he wasn't financially stable or just stable at all mentally, let's be real, he kept pushing around the timeline for relocation and then just completely refused to relocate and then still demanded that you sacrifice your education. I feel like that should tell you everything, shouldn't it? And you're right to clock on to the goalpost shifting. Even if you caved, he would have found some other kind of bullshit to spout, and there would never be any winning for you. Thank you for choosing yourself here, OP. There is plenty of time for you to find someone that sees your ambitions and your strength and build a family with that person instead. I hope it all goes well for you. Focus on vet school and don't look back, and good luck. Our next post is by user xflingspreadingrumo, titled, "By sheer coincidence, I, 25 female, just started a new job and happened to work with someone, 25 male, who I had an awful one-night stand with 8 months ago. He's telling everyone I'm crazy and I'm not fitting in at all. I was in a bad place this past summer. I had just lost my job, was lonely, was depressed. Decided that I needed to put myself out there more, so I joined Tinder. I went out with a guy named Eric. We went to a beer festival together. The date was fun, but we, especially I, got way too drunk. We ended up going back to his place and having sex. It was definitely me who initiated. Long story short, after we had sex, I burst into drunken tears. To this day, I'm still not sure what caused it exactly. He didn't do or say anything. I was just hammered and very sad inside, and it all came out on this poor guy. He was really uncomfortable. He didn't know what to do and asked if I wanted to go home or stay. I mumbled that I would stay. The next morning I woke up, embarrassed and very hungover, to an empty bed. I get up, go to the living room, and he's there watching TV. He gives me a ride home. I feel bad about what happened because I know that I genuinely enjoyed my date with him. Until the crying part, of course. I sent him a casual text a couple days later to see if there is still a chance, and he doesn't respond. I send him one more text apologizing for what happened and saying that it wasn't his fault, I was just really drunk. He doesn't respond. I get the hint and I move on with my life. Fast forward to now, I'm in a new and great relationship with somebody. Jake from Tinder. I've gotten a good hold on my depression, and in general, I'm doing very well. I even got a new job. Except, I started 2 weeks ago, and guess who I'm working with? Eric, my one-night stand. And it's obvious to everyone on my very first day that Eric and I know each other. When people asked me, I just brushed it aside and said that I met him out randomly this summer. Well, Eric has told everyone that we work with what happened between us. I'm incredibly embarrassed, and I feel alienated at my new job. People think I'm some crazy promiscuous drunk girl. I've made one friend. She's the one who told me about Eric's story. I don't know what to do, because Eric is not spreading a lie. He's telling everyone the truth about what happened between us, but the truth is just dark and embarrassing for me. Once, my current boyfriend Jake came to pick me up from work, and I heard Eric and a coworker snickering. I'm so humiliated, I feel like I'm in high school. What can I do to make this go away? In the comments, Moriu says, "It's the truth and it's already out there, so own it." I assume Jake knows the situation. If not, please tell him right away and be open about it. There's nothing you can do to change the past, either the drunken post-sex crying or Eric telling everyone, so my best advice is to focus on work and act as if it's no big deal. No one's going to come to you and make fun of you for it, and even if they did, that would be way more cringeworthy than what you did. I know it's way easier said than done, but if anyone brings it up, try to laugh it off if you can. Be like, "Oh well, I get really emotional about microbrews." This will blow over. What is crazy to me, OP, is that how is it in Eric's best interest at all for this to go around? Like if I made a girl cry after sex, I sure as hell wouldn't be telling people, especially coworkers. For shame. Yeah, a girl crying after sex is not a badge of honor to be waving around in order to shame her as well. In the workplace, that's not professional. That's not on. That's not okay. It's okay to cry after sex. There is nothing wrong with that. We are emotional, imperfect human beings. Things happen. It wasn't his fault that you were crying after sex. Sometimes we just get messed up and it happens. There is nothing wrong with that. But what he is doing is workplace harassment, full stop. To deliberately share intimate, embarrassing details in order to undermine you professionally is really fucked up. A one-night stand is not company gossip. I don't think you should just ignore this one. I think you should document everything you're hearing, who told you what and when, and then take this to HR and frame it for what it is. A coworker discussing your sexual history and your mental health at work, and them creating a hostile work environment. Eric needs punishment for what he's doing here, and his behavior says far more about him than it does you. And now, on to the update. Thanks to everyone who responded to my original post. Most of you told me to keep my head high and own what happened and focus on my work. And that's exactly what I did. To those of you reminding me to tell my boyfriend, I actually already had, and he was supportive and sympathetic to my situation. Anyway, you guys were right. I just had to wait for things to blow over. It's been about 2 weeks since I posted, and 1 month since I started my new job. I made a really diligent effort to be really helpful, friendly, and hardworking, and it worked. I'm getting along with all my coworkers now, including Eric. I no longer feel paranoid that people are whispering about me being crazy or anything. In fact, what inspired me to write this post was that Eric and I had been assigned to tackle a project together. Yesterday, we both had to stay late to wrap up a presentation we'd been working on for a while, which was the first time that we'd ever actually been alone. Well, besides for the time we had sex. I was nervous about it, but determined to just focus on work and to get through it. But we had a little downtime while we were uploading our presentation/video to the server, and we started chatting. At which point, I made a self-deprecating joke about, if this thing crashes, I might just burst into tears again. He laughed at that, and we ended up clearing the air. He first started by apologizing if he or anyone at work had made me uncomfortable, and then he described our Tinder incident last summer, but from his perspective. Basically, he'd actually just downloaded Tinder that week over the summer when we started talking. I was the first person he had ever talked to or gone on a date with through the app. His work friends were actually the ones who encouraged him to download it, so they knew about me and our planned date almost from the beginning. They were actually the ones who suggested the beer festival. So we had our date, and it goes horribly. And of course on Monday, everyone's asking him how it goes. And he basically explains to them what happened, and they all laugh off the situation with how awful that must have been, and how it sucks that that was his first date, and maybe Tinder just isn't for him and blah blah blah. So when I first started working there, they all already knew who I was from way back in the summer. Which is actually kind of a relief, because it means that Eric didn't immediately see me and spill the beans to everyone like some jerk. Eric and I then cleared the air and said that from getting to know me over the last month, I seem very cool and professional, and he hopes that there is no ill will between us. I said, definitely not. I don't blame him for what happened. I explained very briefly about how I was just in a bad place when I met him that summer from losing my job, and just drank too much, and he said not to worry about it, and he totally understands. I'm just glad that we were able to address the elephant in the room. Also, about the one friend I had made previously who told me what Eric was saying, she actually is relatively new to the office also, and wasn't around last summer when this Tinder thing happened. So from her perspective, it looked like Eric was spreading a fresh rumor, when in actuality, people were discussing stuff that they had already known. So yeah, things are good. In the comments, how could everyone have known who you are from Tinder? 8 months later, they remember your picture that somebody showed them once? I believe Eric is just covering his ass. Sounds like a douche. OP says, maybe I should clarify. It's not like I walked in on my first day and everyone instantly knew who I was. I mentioned in my original post from day one, it was just really obvious that Eric and I knew each other. So naturally people asked questions, and Eric said, she's the Tinder girl. And everyone instantly knew what that meant. Quote, if this thing crashes, I might just burst into tears again. OP with her badass one-liner. It can be really, really hard to laugh off a humiliating situation, but damn, she did it so smooth. Good for her. Yeah, that was pretty impressive. Joking around about things that don't matter is one thing, but making fun of your own embarrassing moments is a lot harder. As someone who's cried after a hookup and it wasn't their fault, I get it. Honestly, I don't see the big deal with the crying. People have emotions, and they're not always reasonable. Even if you didn't go to HROP, I still kind of stand by what I said, that it kind of felt like there was a bit of a toxic workplace going on there, but I guess you lived in that situation and I didn't. So you had a bit of a different vibe about the situation than I did. I'm glad that Eric took responsibility for any of the discomfort that he caused and has respected your boundaries around that. So I hope it wasn't too malicious. But I'm definitely getting vibes that there was malice from the start. I'm happy that things turned out as good as they are here. This seems like a best case scenario situation. Let's hope that things continue to stay this positive going into the future. Thanks for the story and thanks for the update. Am I the asshole for breaking up with my boyfriend of 10 years after he proposed during my best friend's wedding? My 36 female best friend Amy, 37 female, just got married last week. I was her maid of honor, and I worked to the bone to make sure her wedding was a success. For the most part, it did go well. My friend looked beautiful, the food was great, the flowers and decorations were incredible. She was so happy, and it made me feel proud that I was a part of that group that worked to give her such an important day. Amy and I have been friends since we were in elementary school. We've reached all of our milestones together, went to the same college, even live in the same neighborhood. She's the closest thing that I have to a sister, and even our parents joke that we are reborn twins. Needless to say, Amy is one of the most important people in my life. At the end of my master's, I met Danny, 31 male. He hired me as a tutor, and after a few sessions, he asked me out. I had never dated someone younger, but he was very sweet and I liked him, so I said yes. We've been together since. He had an older brother Bobby, 39 male, who was introduced to Amy in a house party that I hosted a few years later. The two were immediately taken with each other and they started to date. Eventually, Bobby asked Amy to marry him. During the wedding preparation, Danny casually mentioned how it would be a cute idea to propose during his brother's wedding. Bobby agreed, but both Amy and I immediately shut it down. I told Danny that I found that kind of thing tacky. A person's wedding is a special day for them, and tainting it with stealing the attention was just wrong. After that, they stopped talking about it, so we kept going with the preparations. At the wedding reception, Bobby suddenly stopped the music to make an announcement. He said the day was very special as he was marrying the love of his life and kept singing praises to Amy. I thought it was a cute gesture, so I just moved to sit on my chair to listen to the speech. Then, Bobby said a sentence that made me dread what was coming. And now the day is more special, thanks to my brother's announcement. Suddenly, Danny was in front of me, kneeling with a box. Amy was in tears and ran out. I screamed at Danny, telling him he was a jerk, and went after Amy. At first, she was angry at me, thinking I was involved in it. So were the other bridesmaids. Thankfully, one of the girls had seen me call out Danny and told the others about it. I told Amy that I would never do this to her. We hugged, and we all got out of the venue to Amy's suite. We found out later through the men's mother that Bobby gave Danny permission without speaking to Amy about it. I called Danny that same night to tell him that we were through, and I wanted him out of my apartment by the end of the week. I sent my mum to pick up my dog and parrot just to make sure that he didn't do anything to them or take them with him. He ended up taking my TV and game consoles. I had them since before he moved in, but his mother was nice enough to bring the consoles back. For all I care, he can keep this stupid TV. Amy is now trying to get her marriage annulled since she feels she can't trust Bobby. The boy's mother has been nothing but a saint to us. She even paid back to Amy the money that she spent on the wedding and told her to use the honeymoon with one of her friends. So Amy and I are now packing to go to Australia. She and Bobby had to postpone it for a month so they could get a whole month vacation. I'm a freelancer that works from home, so I'll just take my laptop. Since this whole fiasco, Danny's been blowing up my phone. Some of his friends have joined in on this too, claiming that I'm an asshole for throwing out a 10-year relationship over a mistake. That he only wanted to make a cute gesture to prove how much he loves me. Except, the cute gesture was taking over my best friend's wedding after I had said how much I disliked that stuff. Still, a part of me feels like I'm overreacting. So Reddit, am I the asshole in this? In the comments, honestly, men don't see that as such a big deal when their mums okayed it, so they probably thought that it would be fine in that moment. However, I get that you think it's a big deal. My main problem here is the lack of communication. No couple or marriage is perfect. You went from he did a dumb thing to we are done. Same with your friend. No discussing it, no therapy. Real relationships need work. OP says their mum never okayed it. Nobody did. They just planned it out behind everyone's back. It wasn't about being perfect or working on it. It's the fact that we've told them something directly and they didn't care for our opinions. If they don't care what we think in something as important as a wedding and engagement, what would happen to other decisions? They aren't lovesick teens, they are grown men that should know better and respect when they are told no. Another downvoted commenter says, I'm sorry, I'm gonna get downvoted here, but if this is real, both Amy and OP sound like insufferable bitches. I agree it's tacky and they were told no before, but there was no malicious intent here, and the brother probably thought that it was a nice bonding moment for them to do it that way. They'll be better without these overdramatic women in their lives. OP says, I'm better too, now that I don't have to pay for his food, rent, and all the hobbies that he can't afford. Both were stupid with what they did. I know you and your friend are mad, but somehow, I feel like you could have resolved it by talking calmly. I mean, people make mistakes, but people learn as well, and some even become much better versions of themselves after things like this. I suggest you and your friend cool off and then talk to your significant others again. At least now they know that you don't F off with your boundaries. OP says, I don't know about Amy, but I have no intentions of going back. Other things have happened that had me on the corner. The fact that he ignored me saying no directly and then stealing my stuff and having his friends harass me have made me unlikely to ever speak to him again as a partner. Grouchy Storm says, make sure you change your locks ASAP. That way he doesn't move back in while you're there on vacation or steal more of your stuff. Maybe put up cameras in your home just in case. Good luck to both of you girls. OP says, I have cameras and already called the landlord. I also have a house sitter for the pets, so it won't be empty. I love, again, that OP is just reacting to people that are getting downvoted. It paints the comments in such a bleak light. It's like, oh, I have a totally reasonable request of my partner and they disrespect me. Of course, the only people that are ever going to comment on a story like this are, oh, what? That's a problem? You sound insufferable, OP. Standing up for yourself? You're what's wrong with society. I hate women like you, bro. Downvoted commenter 3 strikes again. But in all seriousness, I respect both of you for calling it quits right then and there. What is a relationship? What is a marriage, if not for being built upon trust? How can you be with them if you can't trust them? I see nothing wrong with annulling the marriage if your partner, your fiance, your husband, goes behind your back, embarrasses you in front of everyone, and does something this stupid. I don't see how you can trust he won't do something like that again in the future, and if you want to go and annul the marriage right then and there, that's your prerogative. You're welcome to do that. I know most people won't do it. I know that's not an everyman kind of thing, but it's not like it isn't valid. In OP's specific instance, the breaking up, completely warranted. I would side-eye anyone that doesn't actually just break up with their partner who pulls some bullshit like this, if I'm being honest. It is my personal belief that if you said no to something like this, that this is a gigantic boundary and they go ahead and do it anyway, you are obligated to break it off with that person and get the fuck away from them. That is not someone that is going to respect your boundaries in the future, especially if they aim to embarrass you in front of everyone as the maid of honor at a wedding. That is genuinely disgusting. And then steal from you after the fact. He stole your gaming console and your TV. I know that that is like small bananas in the grand scheme of things, but it just adds more reasons as to get the fuck away from this guy. He sucks. And now, onto the final update, which was posted 20 days later. So I'm going to do a quick update since after this, I plan to just go back to my normal Reddit account. To begin with, Amy and I are almost at the date to leave. Bobby and Tara have been talking and agreed to couples therapy after we return from Australia. I've also talked with him and he apologized to me. He didn't know how fractured my relationship with his brother was, but figured it out by the way Danny acted after we broke up. For the people telling me that I should have given him a chance or that he wanted to do a gesture out of love, you are insane. It wasn't love, but him trying to not lose his meal ticket. Bobby told me after our breakup that Danny began to bad talk me to his family, claiming that I stole all of his money, his apartment, his pets, etc. He even started to claim that he was going to sue me. All of our stuff in the apartment was paid by me. Our pets were my pets. The dog was my birthday gift, and I've had my parrot since I was in middle school. At first, Bobby was on his brother's side until he noticed that Danny wasn't working ever. When he asked Danny about his job, Danny fessed up and admitted that all the money that he had was what I would give him. Apparently, he still refuses to work, instead couch surfing from friend to friend. Apparently, Danny admitted to Bobby that he wanted to marry me mostly because I was okay with him not working and he didn't want a wife nagging him about work. He could play all day while I paid all the bills and did the house chores. Bobby was very apologetic, but I told him it was fine. It wasn't. I just don't want to throw more wood to the fire when Amy and him are trying to somewhat get things worked out. I still have another 4 months on my lease, so I'll be moving in December. I have to admit, these last weeks being single have been the best I've had in forever. I'm happier, healthier, and I've been able to cut my hours at work without risking being paycheck to paycheck. Last, to the people saying because I'm in my 30s this might have been my last chance, get the hell out. I'm not interested in a traditional family, being a wifey and popping up babies left and right. I'm more than happy being in a child-free partnership without some wedding. It's not about me being feminist or woke or whatever. It's just that I find weddings stupid and I dislike children. I respect women that can live a traditional life, but that's not for me. And no, I never recovered my TV. A small price to pay to get my life back. OP replied to a very big thread saying, "Okay, OP here to give you some semblance of reality. Marriage was never in consideration. I didn't want to be proposed to in a wedding, and it was clear that that was not going to be a thing that I agreed on. I have every agency to say no. There is no discussion. I won't bend on that. Public proposals, especially on someone else's wedding, are a straight no. Period." Majestic Dildocorn says, "I'll never understand a woman providing all the income and doing all the chores while a man just lays about all day. I was unemployed after school for a few months, and you're damn straight that I did all the housework I could while my girlfriend brought home the bacon. I really and truly cannot fathom being a grown adult and not knowing that proposing at someone else's wedding without at least asking permission first is a huge no-no. If all 4 of them, proposer, proposee, and the couple getting married, are on board, then I can just about see it being acceptable. Especially if the couple do something like Bobby did and made it clear that it's a deliberate part of the occasion that they have chosen to share, not unauthorized piggybacking on their event. But even if one of those people isn't on board, or isn't asked if they're on board before it happens, then yeah, nah, fuck that. Absolutely not." Danny's behavior after the breakup is just on another level, isn't it? Why did you leave all these details out of the original post, OP? I could have gone even harder on him. What do you mean that he refused to get a job and refused to do anything at all in the household? Man, I could have gone harder on him because reasons. Because it's great to yell about people like that, but it's also great not to victim blame. But at the same time, what the fuck is Danny doing all day, every day? It couldn't have been that good. The dick couldn't have been that good. Sis, please. Thank God that he did some shit like this. Thank God he didn't baby trap you. Am I right in remembering that this relationship went on for 10 years? Oh my God. You dodged a bullet. Thank you for sharing the story with us. Please take this freedom that you have and go find someone that you can go build a life with and will actually work and do chores. Thanks for the story. Thanks for the update. Cheers, OP. Our next post is by user ConfusedRa2476, titled, "Today I get to find out if I'm facing prison time thanks to alcohol." So at the beginning of this year, I found out my boyfriend at the time was cheating on me, and like I always did, I decided to cope with alcohol and foolishly chose to drive. I hit another car head-on, and 2 of the 3 people in the vehicle broke bones. So I have 2 counts of DUI with severe bodily harm and felony property damage. I honestly don't even remember the accident. That's how drunk I was. Today, I meet with my public defender and find out if it's house arrest and probation or prison time. I honestly think I deserve the prison time, but I'm still scared shitless. I haven't had a drop of alcohol since that day, so in a way, it helped me, but I still hurt people. And the guilt I feel has weighed on me since it happened. I drank for 10 years, and my parents would always make comments that I was going to end up dead or in prison if I kept it up, and always thought that they were just being dramatic, but they were right. If you want some motivation to stop, take me as an example. I didn't think it would happen until it did. Quit while you're ahead. In the comments, Ninja Competitive says, "You stayed 295 days sober after that with all the stress of the procedure on your shoulders? That's incredible. No matter what happens, the worst is done, and now facing the music won't seem so bad. You will be an inspiration to people aspiring to be sober. Good luck with everything, friend. A drunk driver killed my best friend. I have zero sympathy for people who drink and drive. That being said, you deserve a life free from alcohol and the chance to be your best self. No matter how things turn out, I will be rooting for you." Well, you know what? At least you're being honest with yourself in this situation, OP. I'm the same as that commenter. I have no patience or empathy for drunk drivers. It's a completely unacceptable thing. You have complete agency over yourself and your decisions. Your parents were correct. That was a fucking stupid thing to do, and you should feel bad for doing that. And I can tell that you feel bad and that you are taking accountability and that you are being better, so much so that you didn't hide from it, and you're in fact sharing your story with the world. Even though you are anonymous, you are not giving up your identity, there is nothing wrong with that. I think that takes, some real courage to share that, when I know for a fact most people would hide this, would never want to talk about it, would be scared and ashamed of it and put as much distance between that and themselves as possible so as to never have to face that. So because of that, I really hope that things go well for you. Whether the judge decides to send you to jail or not, I hope that you continue to make good, positive change from this point forward, that you keep staying sober, that you keep taking accountability and using every bit of this situation to help rebuild your life. I think it's great that you already took that first step by stopping drinking, and you have almost 300 days where you have not had a drink. That is incredible. And now, onto the update. 4 hours later. So I got almost 8 years to face. I fucked up my life. I'm gonna be almost 40 years old when I get out. Don't make the mistakes I did. Get sober. It's worth it. Your life is worth it. In the comments, Neff the World says, "I got a 7-year sentence. Did my time. I am sober, own a business, have a beautiful family. Best thing that ever happened to me. We do recover. You can definitely get out on good behavior. Times are reduced quite regularly. You may only see a few years. All the best to you, man." My girlfriend is a defense attorney, and she does a lot of DUI cases. For those who get jail time, their sentence is usually half jail, half probation. So OP's gonna do 4 years in the clink, but will likely get out soon after, especially if their attorney pushes for it. OP clarifies on why she got 8 years. One person broke their femur and another broke their collarbone. I've heard breaking your femur is the worst bone to break. That pain is worse than childbirth. I feel awful for what I did to those people. I've had a lot of people hit me with, God has a plan, and I just don't agree with that because why would God put innocent people in harm's way? I fucked up, plain and simple. I don't post this for sympathy though. Just thought a scary warning like this will be sobering to people. I've seen quite a few people admit to driving while intoxicated on here, and a lot of them are just lucky they haven't been caught yet. It shouldn't have had to come to this for me to quit drinking. I should have done it long ago. Hopefully what happened to me will be the push that helps someone stop. Glitter Enema says, one day, at an old job at lunch, they were talking about the times they drove drunk and stuff, and then they asked me about my drunk driving stories. I was just dumbfounded that this was even a conversation, and more dumbfounded that I'm the only one who hadn't and won't do it. I had this happen too. I just brought up the fact that I'm supposed to have 2 more twin uncles, but they passed away over 30 years ago because of a drunk driver. The twins were barely 3 years old when it happened. Then I just kinda awkwardly walked away. I was honestly pissed that anyone thinks it's a laughing matter. Gut-wrenching update, but incredibly honest, OP. And thank you for coming and being honest with the internet. I'm glad that you're taking full responsibility and that you're not hiding behind excuses or God's plan. I think that shows some real growth in a short amount of time. I still think that's something to be proud of. 8 years sounds brutal, but as the comments have said, I doubt you will serve a full 8 years. It might just be that 4 years and then probation. But that doesn't mean that that's not enough time to rebuild your life. You can do it. Others have done it before. It's not the end of the world. I think you just continue to stay focused on recovery, education, and forgiveness from this point forward. I don't think you should erase what happened at all. Just make sure it never happens again, and you do your best to influence those around you when you see them going down the same path. I think you can come out of this stronger, and you can build a life that's worth living. I think all that matters from this point forward is who you become after all of this, not reverting back to what got you here in the first place. Am I the asshole for making my wife think our son was missing? My wife has a horrible habit that I discovered 2 months ago. We were ordering lunch on the Subway app, and I told her to pick the location that has a drive-thru. That way we don't have to go inside and take the baby out of the car just to clip him back in a few minutes later. She told me it's not a big deal to leave the baby in the car to run in and pick it up really fast. I had no idea that she ever did this. I told her I was not comfortable with her leaving him in the car alone, even for a minute, and she told me she's been doing it since he was born, and it's always been fine. She told me she does it to pick up food, run into the post office or pharmacy, etc. I was floored. We don't live in a horrible area, but it's not super safe either. I told her not to ever do this again. She told me she never stopped to think about the potential dangers and that she would stop doing it. Well, yesterday, as I was driving home from my brother's house, I spotted her car at the gas station near our place. It was parked in a spot up front and not a pump, so I figured she stopped in to grab some snacks, which we like to do. I decided to stop and go in and say hi and get some food, and I pulled in and parked next to her. However, when I got there, I was furious to find our son in his car seat. The car wasn't even locked. I don't know what came over me, but in that moment, I decided to take my son and put him into my car. He's got a car seat in there too. I then drove to the other side of the gas station parking lot and waited for my wife to come out. It took 6 minutes for her to appear. When she saw that he was gone, she looked stunned for a second and then frantically started to look around and cry. I didn't let it go on long, and after this I saw her pull her phone out, presumably to call 911, and that's when I pulled my car around to her. I parked, got out, and walked around to my son's door and opened it to show him to her. She looked extremely relieved, but that quickly turned to anger with her asking me why I took him and did that to her. I told her that she needed to learn her lesson, and she promised to stop leaving him in the car and that she was extremely irresponsible. It was so easy for me to pull up and take him. No one else at the gas station even noticed. So if he really was taken, there would have been no help, and it would have been 100% her fault. She then proceeded to call me cruel and psychotic and tried taking our son out of my car into hers. I said no, and that I would be driving him home, and I left. She came home not much later, but ignored me for the rest of the day. She acknowledged me today, saying that she wanted an apology, and I said absolutely not, and she's the one who should be saying sorry. She's been guilt-tripping me for the rest of the day, saying that no mother should experience the fear that I put her through. Did I go too far? Am I the asshole? In the comments, normally I'm fully against game playing, but this is your child's life. I support your actions. Your wife is being hugely neglectful. Not to mention, it'll be warm soon, and being left in a hot car, even for a few minutes, can be deadly. Not the arsehole, and I wouldn't let her take him anywhere until she apologizes. OP replies, I guess I should clarify that the car was running with the aircon on. I forgot to add that detail and was restricted by the character limit, but the car was on. It's a push-to-start car with a sensor for the key fob, so it'll stay on/running as long as you're close enough to the vehicle. I didn't see the keys in the car, so she took them inside with her but didn't lock it. Look, OP, let's all be honest about the reality of the situation. Your wife has knowingly and intentionally left your infant alone in a vehicle multiple times. At least once, that vehicle was unlocked. I'm honestly shocked no one has called the cops for child endangerment yet, but eventually someone probably will. When that happens, CPS will probably get involved. You have now documented on the internet that you knew that this was happening. If CPS finds out that you knew and continued letting your wife leave the baby alone in the car, you will both lose custody of that baby. Not the arsehole for scaring her. That was an appropriate and infant-safe way to demonstrate the potential consequences of your wife's actions to her in a hopefully meaningful way. But you will be the arsehole if you continue to let this happen. If your wife's attitude about the safety of your child doesn't improve, it doesn't really seem like your wife can be trusted to transport the baby right now. It might be time to involve some professional help for her if you want to keep your family intact. Or it might be time to document what she's doing, take your child, and leave her if you're done with risking it. OP replies, I've seen several comments like this, so I just want to make it clear that I have absolutely no intention of letting this continue. My son's safety is my top priority, and means everything to me. Yeah, look, I think what you've done here, OP, was not out of line. It was intense and it was dramatic for sure, but it definitely was effective at showing her how fast and easily something terrible could happen. Leaving a child, leaving a dog in the car, in a running car, is incredibly dangerous, especially with it being unlocked or the windows being fully down. As she has seen in real time, it only takes seconds for someone to steal the vehicle or for the kid or dog to get overheated or harmed or whatever. Your lesson, if you want to call it, sure, it scared her, but that comment makes a very good point. If someone were to call CPS on you, you're in deep shit too for knowing about it and not doing anything about it. So something like this, I think, was necessary so that she never repeats this again. Sometimes you have to be burnt. Sometimes you have to touch the hot glass to realize, oh shit, the sign is there for a reason. It's hot, don't touch it because it hurts. Same as, I shouldn't be leaving my kid in the car for 6 minutes at a time. No. We have enough kidnapped children in the past to learn from the mistakes of our past. And now, onto the update. So I sat my wife down this morning and I did apologize for the way that I went about things, but said I was not sorry for caring about our son's safety, and in the moment, it felt like she needed a huge wake-up call. She apologized for lying and continuing to do this unsafe practice. I asked her why she seems so casual about what she's doing. Most parents I know, myself included, are on the paranoid side when it comes to their kids, and she's been doing this for so long without seeing an issue. I asked if she thinks that she's dealing with some kind of postpartum mental health issue, as I don't consider this normal. She broke down crying, saying she doesn't know what's wrong with her. She has agreed to seek counseling, and until there's a major change or improvement, I will be running all errands with our son, or we will be doing them together. But I told her that I cannot trust her anymore to take him places by herself. And fair enough too, OP. I don't blame you at all. I do hope that she gets some help and gets whatever she needs to fix this pattern of behavior. This is a strong and compassionate resolution. I think it's good that you're holding firm on protecting your son and handling things with empathy, given that she is struggling. At least she is not in denial about what she is doing here. I think that's a very green flag in amongst all the other red flags that we're dealing with in her behavior. So keep your head held high and continue to protect your son at all costs, OP. Our next post is by user Safe for Sign, titled, "My old classmate, male 21, wants me, male 22, to put in a good word for him at my job. So I recently graduated from university. I got a job about a month ago, and my old classmate wants in as well. I feel that it would be inappropriate for me to rock the boat in terms of suggesting people to hire, as I don't know how my boss would take that, as I've only been there a month, and I just want to play it safe and leave no room for the devil. Also, giving certain people's contacts, I don't want it to bite me in the ass somehow in the future. I really want to play it safe. Also, during university, my classmate never helped me once. I was always helping him. When I wanted help, he always made excuses. Now he wants me to help some more out of university, and I think that's too much. Why should I help him now? Also, he's only interested after he asked me about my salary. I gave him an approximate range, and now he has a million questions. How should I approach this? Thanks." In the comments, say something like, "Hey, sure thing. I'll let them know if you send in an application." Look, he won't. And if he does, you don't say anything. When he gets upset, just say, "Sorry, I guess I don't have that much pull as a new employee." Unless you've worked with someone and know their work habits, I would strongly suggest not to recommend anyone. And you don't have to tell him anything. He will never know if you gave a recommendation or not. Tell him that being that you are still a new employee, you don't feel that it's appropriate to start suggesting new hires. And in any case, you aren't comfortable doing so. After that, I'd try to limit contact with him. What the hell? You don't owe this guy anything, OP. Why is this even a question? I understand being a people pleaser during university, but, it's time to learn from those mistakes. University is a time to make mistakes, grow, and learn from them. Let's not continue those same patterns of behavior outside of it when this has very much real-life consequences on you if you were to make these mistakes. Take the advice of those comments. Keep it short, keep it neutral, lie to him. Who cares? He's not your responsibility. You're not obligated to risk your reputation at work for someone who didn't care about you before. Screw him. And now, on to the update. So I got a lot of suggestions about what to tell him. Thanks for that. And I'd pretty much decided on 3 things. 1. Tell him to send an application on the jobs portal like everyone else. 2. Once he applied, I would put in a good word for him. I wasn't going to say shit. 3. Not give a single coworker's email, number, contact, etc. to him. I did send him the company's page on LinkedIn though, if he really wanted to talk to my coworkers. Backtrack. As we're talking, he started asking more and more questions about my job and just other stuff. Eventually, I found out he was sharing with other people our conversation, because our mutual friend and other people brought some of the stuff up to me out of the blue. It was no biggie. It's just that I didn't want many people to know that I got a new job before I was settled in, and my ex-classmate went and told people behind my back. Also, during our convo, I sensed a hint of jealousy because he started to downplay my job and my employer and laughed when I brought up work stuff, yet he wants to apply where I work only after hearing about the pay. It just made no sense. So yeah, what happened next? I told him step number 1 and 2, but he insisted that I give him my coworker's contact info first and put in the good word, and then he'll pick things up from there. I said no. We went back and forth. After that didn't work, he wanted me to apply for him. His angle was playing dumb and thought that I knew best. I said no. He had to do it himself. He wasn't happy and he tried to guilt trip me hard. Eventually, I said, if you just apply, I'll help with steps number 1, 2, and 3. It was evident that he was too lazy to apply. He said, are you going to help me or not? This is when the conversation took a turn. I said, that's all I can do for now. Take it or leave it. It's your choice. And then he blocked me. But yeah, thanks guys and gals for the advice. Well, the trash took itself out at least. I'm glad you stayed professional. You didn't give anyone's contact info out. Let's all learn that that is a gigantic red flag. And the fact that he was leaking your private conversations was also a gigantic red flag. Him blocking you is a green flag. Thank God he's out of there. That is a good sign that you putting up boundaries wasn't even really needed. You just said no. I guess that's a boundary, but you didn't have to enforce boundaries any further with this guy. Let's hope you learn from this and continue to protect your reputation going forward, because scum like him don't deserve the time of day. Thanks for the update, OP. Our next post is from the legal advice subreddit, titled Massachusetts, Late Brother's Partner Suing Family for Money. Our brother, age 34 male, died of cancer 9 months ago. He was very successful and left behind money and assets. He also had a will. My brother was also in a gay relationship for 8 years with a 28-year-old partner. Our family is religious, and yes, we may not have approved the relationship, we still loved our brother. He unfortunately died of cancer and left a will. He left most of the money to his gay partner. They weren't even married. We decided the money to be kept within the family, but gave his partner some money. We also paid for the brother's funeral and medical bills. We thought that that was the end of it, but now his ex-partner is suing us for the rest of the money. I don't know how he got a hold of the will. My family is still grieving, and now this man wants to take us to court. I'm trying to find out how to solve this without involving the court. Thank you for your advice. In the comments, how did you even get access to the estate? Was one of you the executor? And OP says, yes, my little sister, who he trusted the most, was. Since assets and business were mostly through the family, he left most to us. He, however, left his partner his condo, cars, and 85% of the money, which we thought was not fair. Who cares if they weren't married? His will directed his estate to a person who isn't you. Why did you think that it was a good idea for you not to honor it? And how were you able to access the funds that were left behind? It's possible that you and the family have significant civil and maybe criminal liability here. You all need to consult with a probate attorney. OP says, my sister was in charge of the will. According to his partner, he did not want to be in charge because he didn't want to deal with us. He hates us. So my sister, who was best friends with my brother, acted as the middle ground for us and his partner. We were shocked when we read the will. We didn't expect it to be that unfair. I am trying to make it right. Well, that's generally the response to half-wits who rob you, yes. You make this right by giving him everything he's owed according to the will and asking him very, very nicely not to sue you or file a police report. OP replies, you were right. And this is what I'm trying to do. Most of the family previously sent him insulting messages throughout his relationship with my brother. I'm trying to make it right, and hopefully we don't go to court. You stole his money that was left to him. You had no right to override your brother's will, and you had no right to use any of that money on a funeral unless it was stated in the will. The judge is going to throw the book at you people, and I'll be scanning the MA News just to enjoy reading about the verdict. OP says, we are trying to make it right. Most of his money he made, we helped support him with his business. My parents raised him and paid for his school. Don't they deserve that money more than his so-called friend? They weren't even married, let alone engaged. What's fair is honoring your late brother's wishes. Better start fundraising the funds back, because there's not a "we didn't approve of this will and decided that family should have it instead" probate option. OP says, "I wish it was simple for me to cut him a check. Funds are around $850K. I am reading the replies, and this seems more serious than we thought." When asked why they thought that they were entitled to the money, OP says, "Yeah, you were mostly right, but we had no issue with him getting inheritance. We just didn't think he deserved all the money he got, especially because we paid for most of the things connected to my brother. And what happened to the money?" OP says, "We are a big family. Most of the money was distributed throughout family members, which we thought was only fair. We can't pay the full amount because the money is mostly gone." Back up to the post, there is an update. "Thank you for all of the advice, and yes, I am very stupid for not realizing how serious this was from the beginning. I'm having a family meeting, and we will figure out a way to up with money so that we don't make things worse with the law. My brother left us some properties, so I will make sure to do the right thing and pay his partner. I'm meeting with a lawyer soon so I can do this the right way. God bless you all." In the comments, "It doesn't matter what you all thought was fair. Your brother had a will for a reason. He will win the case, and your family will have to pay him back what he is due. You will also be paying his attorney fees and any other associated costs. You all did a super shitty thing, and he is 100% in the right to sue you." OP says, "I'm trying to see how I can approach him and his lawyers to set up a plan. He is very angry at us. My father has said some negative, minor racial messages, and I'm trying to see how I can work with him without making things worse." This is just evil. Like, everything you guys have done is kind of just very illegal and evil, OP. Not only that, to steal an $850,000 inheritance, but then to continue to send him racist messages. Is your dad, like, brain dead? Is he stupid? Why did it take coming to the internet to see that this was a stupid idea, and just to see how monumentally catastrophic the damage is? How did you think, "Oh, well, we didn't approve of his lifestyle," was going to hold up in court? Did you just think he wouldn't take you to court because you as a whole don't respect him? At this point, I personally don't care if you were sorry going forward. I hope you learn from this, but I also do hope they bring criminal charges against all of you guys. It is what you deserve, especially for not cracking down as a whole on your family that sent harassing and racist messages to this person. And now, on to the update. So, I don't know why my post was locked, but someone messaged me to come here. I'm replying here because I'm getting death threats. Reflecting, I see where my family went wrong. I had a family meeting, and we're rounding up and putting together everything we have to pay my brother's friend back all the money that he was left. We made a terrible mistake and are trying to fix it. And please, we may not have all supported his relationship, but we loved him and are not homophobic like everyone is writing. I take full responsibility because I am the one who convinced my little sister to listen to the family, but I now realize I was wrong. All I can really say to that, OP, is that good luck in court, and if you ever do want to come back and tell us what happened, I am 100% here for it. Sounds like a very interesting turn of events. Thanks for the story and thanks for the updates. I'm planning to Irish goodbye my boyfriend. We live in his house. Hi Reddit, I, female 22, need some perspective. I'm planning to break up with my boyfriend, male 32, and move out in about 3 weeks. I haven't told him yet because he has a temper and has threatened to kick me out before without reason. My plan is to move out all my stuff and then tell him that I've left. Before you say anything about the age gap, yeah, I know. I feel stupid. There's a lot of reasons I'm leaving. His anger issues and calling me names like bitch and worse, lies, cheating, and gaslighting that give me constant anxiety. After almost 2 years of being together, I finally found a place to move to. A whole upstairs suite with a backyard, 2 rooms, living room, bathroom, and kitchen, all to myself, and they allow dogs. The moment I sent the deposit, I felt instant relief. The tricky part is our dog, a doodle. Technically, he paid for the dog, and I got to pick him the day after my birthday, but I am the primary caregiver. I trained him, woke up every night when he cried as a puppy, boyfriend did nothing. I take him to classes, I groom him, and I provide all of his care and supplies, food, treats, and walks. I work from home, and that was the reason that we got him in the first place. The dog is very attached to me, and I am attached to him. Unlike my boyfriend, who barely does anything to care for him, other than filling his food and water. My boyfriend has threatened the dog before, once even saying that he might take him to a shelter and that we would need to break up so I can take him, and has made other violent comments about hitting the dog. He works a lot and isn't home regularly. His parents, who used to take care of his old dog years ago, can't take full responsibility for the dog now as they have 2 new grandchildren they take care of. I haven't asked him if I can take the dog or tell him that I'm moving out in 2 weeks because of the anger issues. He's also threatened to kick me out before for no reason. I'm afraid that he might refuse, take the dog elsewhere, or react badly. I'm also worried about being unfair for taking the dog without asking and leaving without any notice or explanation. I'm thinking about either writing a text or leaving a note. Thoughts? Most people I've talked to say that I would be the better option for the dog as I give it more time, care, and safety. Any advice or similar experiences would be appreciated. In the comments, Tricky Squid says, "Firstly, it sounds like you were living in fear of violence of your boyfriend. That alone justifies leaving without notice. I would, however, look into a restraining order, or at the very least, calling the local police department to the place that you are moving to make them aware of the situation. I had a friend who was murdered after a messy breakup. I don't say this to scare you, but it's better safe than sorry. About the dog, it's unfortunately a property issue in the eyes of the law. If you take the dog and he's petty enough and able to find you, he can take you to court for it. If I were in your shoes, I'd get the dog registered in your name, giving you legal ownership. Is it moral? I don't know. But it seems like it is, at least based on your explanation." OP says, "Thanks for the response. I've thought about contacting the police, but always thought that I was overreacting. As for being able to find me, I'm not going to tell him where I'm going. We don't have any mutual friends who he could ask. As for him taking me to court, I hope it doesn't come down to that. He works so often that it wouldn't be fair to the dog." Spoonbill says, "Report the threat against your dog in your report. Note that the dog was a gift for your birthday and that you provide all care. Get copies of your veterinarian records if they show that you paid for the dog's care. Maybe post about the legal issue in r/legal advice and ask how to make a case for keeping the dog. Please don't leave the dog behind. Definitely take the dog. Legally, animals are property, and distribution of property during a breakup is a civil matter, so the worst he could do is sue you in small claims court, unless the dog is super valuable for some reason, but even designer breeds don't usually cost enough to meet the cap on SCC. And even then, the judge will usually let you pay him the monetary value of the dog instead of handing over the dog itself." Interesting that you framed it as an Irish goodbye, when this is like a smart exit plan that you need to set up to get away from an abusive partner. Sure, I guess technically it is an Irish goodbye, but it's also, holy shit, I need to leave before I start getting beat up. He's already escalated to name-calling, cheating, gaslighting, threats towards you and the dog. You don't owe someone who has already threatened to kick you out, who has a temper, an advanced notice. It's just, I don't know. But yeah, with the dog, I guess ownership on paper does matter, but more so your safety matters right now, and the dog's safety. Like, he doesn't look after the dog, he works long hours, and he's already made violent comments towards the both of you. I would think that, given the circumstances, you are the dog's primary caregiver, and its only source of stability. That would also make me assume that taking the dog with you when you go is reasonable, especially in the face of retaliation from him. Leave first, explain later, maybe do it in writing so that there is a bit of a paper trail there. But yeah, Don't feel bad about it, just get the hell out of there. And now, onto the update. So here's an update from my last post, planning to Irish goodbye my boyfriend. On December 23rd, I moved out of my boyfriend's house. I originally planned to leave without telling him, but he came home on his lunch break, visibly anxious, and said I could leave if I wanted to. After a heated discussion, I told him I was done and moving back to my parents. My family was coming that day. At first he cried, said goodbye to my dog, gave me all the dog supplies, and asked for another chance, saying he had booked therapy for his anger. I agreed only to keep things calm so that I could leave safely. He went back to work. He then came back angry, told me to get out immediately, said that it was his house, and threatened to throw all of my stuff outside. When I cried and explained this behavior was exactly why I was leaving, he insulted me. "This is what I get for dating a 20-year-old, and left again. He returned once more, screaming and walking aggressively toward me. I ran to my office and hit the emergency SOS on my phone. I'm not sure if it connected. After he left, I called my dad and told him that I needed to move out immediately. While I was packing, my boyfriend sent a friend over to make sure that nothing was broken. I told him that I was just taking my things. Later, my boyfriend came back just before my dad arrived. When my dad was loading the car, my boyfriend tried to keep my dog. I took the dog to my car, my dad stepped in, and things de-escalated. After repeatedly asking him to leave, he finally did. After my dad asked him to. My mum arrived shortly after, and with both my parents' help, I got all my belongings and my dog out safely. Me and my dog are both safe, staying at my parents'. I am free. I'm going to move into my new place the first week of January. Boyfriend has set up a couples counseling appointment with our mutual therapist. Boyfriend wants it to repair our relationship. I'm going for closure. Boyfriend knows that I'm going to live in a new place. I know I shouldn't see him, but I want to stall him from going to court over the dog. I am not getting back with him. I want closure and for him to be calm. At least until I get my dog microchipped and have a visit with a new vet scheduled for next week. I feel so free and calm. He can't hurt me anymore. Update: I've emailed the therapist, letting him know that I've moved out and to cancel the appointment. You're all right. I do not need to see him to get closure. I do not want to put myself in a position where I feel unsafe again. I have removed him from all of my socials. I'm just hoping that he doesn't come to my family's home. They are all on vacation, so I'm here alone. I've locked all the doors. Yeah, there were a lot of comments there, and pretty much every single one was just saying, do not go to counseling with this man. That is not a good idea. This is going to give you the opposite of closure. And OP, I'm glad that you listened to the comments, because closure will never come from an abuser. The only thing that will give you closure is distance from them. This guy escalated the moment that he lost control over you. He threatened you, he intimidated you, he rushed at you, then tried to keep the dog. There is something seriously wrong with this man, and you did not overreact. Thank God you got your parents involved, because I reckon that prevented this from ending so much worse than it did. Look, if he threatens to go to court, let him. Go to court. Use his actions against him. Let him fuck around and find out, for all you care. Because I, for one, don't think he's going to do that. I think he's too weak and afraid to actually do anything that is substantial. Thank you for the story, and thank you for the update, OP. Our next post is by user Honeybee17, titled 30 Female. Am considering leaving my 31 male fiancé because he puts very little effort into me. Am I being dramatic, or does this seem like he doesn't actually care? So me and my fiancé have been together for almost 2 years. I've always let him know how important it is to feel loved, to feel the effort, and I may be petty, but I'm hurt. Over the course of the last few months, we both have been dropping hints about what we want for Christmas. I'm constantly baking, so my only ask was for a stand mixer. I didn't even ask for the big fancy one that cost millions. I found a decent one on Amazon that costs half the price and includes more features, roughly about $150. He said that he wants a smoker, roughly $280 to $350. Now, keep in mind, his and my birthdays are in December. For his birthday, I got him a few items that he needed for work and some stuff that I thought he could use to work on his car. He loved them all. Fast forward a week, and it's my birthday. He told me he made plans for us for the Saturday following my birthday. All week, I'm excited because no one has ever planned anything for me or put in effort for my birthday. During the week, he tells me what it is. Deep sea fishing excursion. Fast forward to the weekend, Saturday comes and goes, and he goes out with his cousin and gets drunk. So I'm like, okay, maybe he meant Sunday. Sunday comes, and nothing. We leave the house at around 9 and just go driving. He takes me down to a pier, and we walk it, and then go back to the car. We drive to a different spot, hop out, fish for 10 minutes, and then he says he's ready to go. I was hurt. From the beginning of our relationship, I've told him how people saying one thing and doing something completely different messes with my head as I'm BPD, borderline personality disorder. So I eat my pride and just say thank you. No presents, no card, no dinner, no nothing. Now mind you, he's been talking about Christmas presents for me for months, dropping hints and such. Yesterday, he worked a half day, and then when he got off work, he went straight to the bar. Had a few, and told me he was coming home. He gets home, tells me he tried to go to Walmart to get me a gift, but he almost fought someone, so he didn't. His direct quote was, "I tried. Sorry." And that was it. He didn't even care. I've been crying for hours because waking up and feeling like no one cares sucks. My kids opened their presents and had a good Christmas, so no worries there. And I know Christmas isn't about the gifts or anything, but after months of him saying stuff that he had or was already getting me, to then get nothing sucks. He blames it on the fact that his parents died and his other family isn't around. So it's just another day to him. But again, I've told him how much this time of the year means to me. In the comments, Miranda in the Sky says, "He doesn't like you, OP. It's obvious. When men truly care about you, you won't have to be on Reddit on Christmas asking these questions to strangers. The sad part is, he probably does it because he knows that you'll probably stay. Sad. You deserve your mixer, and you deserve a better partner." OP says, crying at this comment, "Crazy a stranger can see my worth better than he or I. I'm sorry about the bluntness, OP. Someone being blunt to me one day was the only way for me to leave someone who treated me like this. I've moved on and found the man of my dreams. I know in my heart that you can do this too, even though it's really hard. I believe in you, and I care about you. Merry Christmas. I'm here if you need to talk, friend. I have BPD too, so I can relate." Icy Cantaloupe says, "Yeah, he doesn't care about you. Unplanned, lame-ass birthday trip, quote-unquote. Also, he had plenty of time to get you a Christmas gift, but chose to wait to the last minute, so then he doesn't bother getting you anything at all. Not even a candle or a perfume? That makes no sense. He probably drank away his Christmas gift money, like, this isn't love. Nah, girl, he ain't it. I'd return his smoker gift, or keep it for yourself, and dump him." OP says, "I cancelled the order yesterday when he told me that he didn't get me anything. I did say the same thing to him. You had months. You spent months mentioning fishing stuff, cookbooks, stuff to save my receipts, but waited until Christmas Eve when stores are crazy, knowing you hate people. It didn't even make sense." Icy Cantaloupe replies, "You seem very thoughtful. You deserve a better partner." Yeah, this guy does hate you, OP, and I think it is important to have people around you that are going to be blunt and cut through the noise in a way that's not the quote-unquote brutally honest bullshit that people like to say when they just want to be assholes. If you are venting to a friend, if you are venting to a community that truly cares about you and wants the best for you, I find it acceptable to say, hey, this man, this woman, whoever they are, hates you, because someone that loves you will not do this, and it is not okay to stick around with someone like this. You're not being dramatic, you're just responding to a continued pattern of behavior from this man. It's not even about the mixer, and it's not about Christmas. This is about follow through. He keeps talking, he keeps promising you things, he keeps building expectations, then repeatedly does nothing. Birthday plans that never happen, these gifts that never show up, and just the fucking casual, oh yeah, I tried. Yeah, I tried. I tried so hard after I pissed my money away at the bar after work, and I almost got in a fight with someone. Look how much I tried. Fucking pathetic. It's just so sad, like, you've clearly communicated your wants and needs, and your mental triggers. You are self-aware enough to realize that you need to safeguard your mental health because of the BPD, and he still chooses to do things that hurt you. This man hates you. And his grief over losing his family, look, that explains his feelings about the holidays for sure, but it is in no way an excuse for ignoring your feelings or making commitments that he never intends to keep. Again, fuck him. You're engaged. This should feel like security, love, care, not fucking loneliness and guessing if he's ever going to follow through with his promises. If this is how he's like now, what's that marriage going to look like? Is that going to fix anything, or is it just going to lock in these negative feelings that you're dealing with? I don't think you're asking for much. I think you're just asking the wrong person, OP. And now, onto the update. So it's been a couple of days, and I wanted to update. I sat him down and told him that I was really hurt, that it really seems like he doesn't even like me, let alone love me. I told him I didn't think that I could continue on, knowing that he put so little effort into me. He told me that if what he does isn't enough, then I can go find someone else. His words exactly were, a mother effing bitch boy who plans stuff. You hear that, you bitch boys out there? If you plan stuff, that's weak. Real men ignore their women. Needless to say, we're done. I left yesterday to go grocery shopping. I came home and half my stuff was missing. He wrote all over my cabinets and he took the cash that we had in our safe for rent. Yes, I called the police and filed a report, but basically they told me that it's a civil matter and that they can't do anything. I wanted to thank everyone who gave me great advice and helped me see that it wasn't my mental illness. It really was his lack of care or want for me. I can't believe I wasted this much time. In the comments, Akasha says, depending on the value of the missing items and the amount of money, getting a lawyer involved might be worth it. Otherwise, congrats to getting rid of him before he became your husband. I know it's hard right now, but it will get easier. OP says, it was $1,200 in cash, 2 TVs, and some minor things I bought. Dresser, clothes, blankets, stuff that isn't crazy important besides the money that was my rent payment, which he only gave $300 of. Well, of course, theft is a criminal matter, but cops are fucking worthless and lazy. Go to the station, make a report for the $1,200 in cash that was stolen. Well, if it was shared cash, which sounds like the case, then it isn't theft. It feels like theft, obviously, and it was a shitty thing to do, but what he did was likely not illegal. I think I'm on board with the comments there as well, like you can do that if you want to, but $1,200 is a cheap getaway from someone this messed up. I personally wouldn't encourage a friend of mine going through this to do such a thing and get even more entangled with him right now when he's obviously a bit messed up. That is only going to hurt you more, doing things that are not going to give you the distance that you need from someone this messed up like him. But yeah, his response showed even more contempt for you. Oh, find someone else then. And then mocking you for the bare minimum that you asked of him. This man never intended to change. He just wanted to continue controlling you and continue abusing you with the least amount of effort coming from him. I hope that you take all the advice of the comments, OP, secure your finances, you document everything, change the locks if you can, and potentially just get out of there, stay with family and friends if they will keep you. Good luck going forward, and thank you for the update. Our next post is by user ThrowRA4B, and it's titled, I've, 30 female, been lying about my son's father for 12 years, and I want to finally tell the truth to my parents, 55 female, 60 male, and son. When I was 16, I was in a relationship with a 26-year-old man. I'm 30 years old now and understand how wrong that relationship was. To a large degree, I even knew that it was wrong back then. I don't feel that he groomed me or manipulated me into it. I don't feel like I was naive or talked into doing anything I didn't want to do. I still believe that I genuinely loved him, and a part of my heart still loves him. He refused to have sex with me for a long time, but I pushed and begged, and when things finally happened between us, I feel like I'd gotten what I wanted. I was too young to understand any of it, but I understand that he was the adult and he should have never given in, no matter how much I begged. I know he felt guilty about it. When I was 17, I got pregnant. He asked me to marry him, but I said no. He had severe mental health issues, clinical depression to the point of hospitalization at one point. By the time that he asked me to marry him, he was really spiraling, and I think just grasping at straws for things he felt would make him happy. If we had the baby and got married, he would be happy. But I knew that that wasn't the case. I was scared of what was happening. He took his life less than 2 months later. I've never told anyone who my son's father really is. My family has no clue that this man ever existed. Only my best friend knows. I lied back then and said that I met someone at a party and didn't know who he was. It was a terrible lie, because as crazy as it was for me to have been involved with this adult man, it was even crazier to imagine me going to a party and having a random one-night stand with someone I didn't know. That's not something that I've ever done, and I don't know how anyone who knew me back then would ever believe that lie. I was the studious little straight-A student who didn't do anything wrong. I was desperate and scared, so I lied. My parents were already crushed that I was pregnant at 17, and I didn't think they could handle knowing the truth about who the father was. I thought that I'd get in even bigger trouble for doing something so dumb, and I wanted to protect him. My son is 12 now. He's smart, kind, and starting to ask questions about his dad. I've kept this lie up for so long that I don't even know how to start unraveling it. I want to show him the pictures that I have of his dad and tell him where his eyes and hair color come from. I don't want him to believe that his father is some random stranger out there who doesn't even know he exists and who we might be able to find through a DNA test. Telling my parents the truth after all these years might destroy the peace that we have finally found. They were disappointed for a long time after my pregnancy, and it took years for things to feel normal again. I'm scared that I'll lose that. At the same time, I can't stand lying anymore, especially to my son. It makes me sick every time I repeat the lie anytime somebody asks me about his dad. He deserves the truth, even if it's messy. I don't even know where to start. How do I tell my parents? How do I tell my son, in an age-appropriate way, who his father was and how he died? How do I handle the fallout of all of this? I just want to do the right thing, but I'm scared that it'll blow everything up again. In the comments, there is absolutely no way a Reddit thread is going to give you good advice here. You need to work with a licensed professional in a family therapy. Whatever you end up doing will have consequences. You need to have someone to help you understand the consequences and how to engage with your family members if and when these actions, or non-actions, as the current case is, will lead out. OP says, I know, but I guess that I'm just testing the waters with sharing this information for the first time. My best friend is the only person who knows. She's been my best friend since middle school, and she's known all along. I've never seen a therapist, and I think I'm scared about them wanting to focus on more than just how I come clean to my family. Talking to somebody face-to-face is no longer anonymous. I don't like talking about this relationship because it makes me feel foolish and damaged and just very uncomfortable. Faye Bunny says, maybe you could try approaching therapy with a goal to finally forgive that 16-year-old girl for being foolish and being able to just accept her past. This is stellar advice. OP, if your best friend came to you and told you this story, would you treat her with compassion? Please try to do the same to yourself. I think it's fair to say that a lot of us made decisions at 16 or 17 that we wouldn't make now as adults. Your frontal lobe wasn't even connected, and you were in an untenable situation, and you did the best you could. Get some help and come clean with your family and try to give yourself some grace. I think you need to separate two things: what's age appropriate to tell your son and what you tell your parents. Tell your parents some version of what you've said here. I think they will understand that you were a scared teenager who didn't know how to tell them that you had gotten in over your head in a relationship with an adult. Your son does not need that many details. Just say, your father was a man I knew when I was a teenager. We didn't get married because I was too young, and I knew that it wasn't the right choice for me. He died before you were born. That may be all he needs to know. If he has specific questions, you can answer them. When he is older, you can point out that you should not have been in a relationship with an adult man as a 16-year-old, but at 12, I think that's not what's important for him to process. Yeah, this is a very, very heavy situation, OP, and I don't think you're wrong for wanting to tell him the truth at all. I don't think it needs to be a graphic recounting or self-blaming version of the story, but it does need to be honest. I think you should just start with your son and not your parents. And just say that, say it was a relationship with someone while you were young, the relationship wasn't healthy, and he died before the son was born. You can probably add more details as he grows up, but, focus on the love that you two share and not the shame that you felt at the time. Whatever's going on with your parents and their discomfort, it's not more important than your son's right to knowing the full story and knowing who the father was. And I think there's no time like the present. I think you should get onto that. And now, onto the update. I wanted to share an update after posting about wanting to finally tell the truth about my son's father. I had a baby who is now a 12-year-old when I was 18. I had been in a relationship with his father, somebody 10 years older than me, since I was 16. He had mental health problems and killed himself before our son was born. Only one person, my best friend, ever knew the truth about my son's father. It's been weighing on me for a while, now that my son is older and has been asking questions for a few years. He's almost 13. I decided to tell my parents first. The conversation went largely the way that I'd always feared it would. They were angry about the lie, but also about the relationship itself. They blamed me for getting involved with an adult man and told me that I should have known better. My mum called me a slut. Of course, she called me that way back when, too. What surprised me most was that it felt like they were upset that I chose to tell the truth now. They more or less admitted that they never fully believed the story that I told them years ago, but had made peace with not knowing the full truth. I was pretty sure that they didn't completely buy my story, but it's something we just never talked about again after a certain point. Bringing it up again felt like less relief to them and more like an inconvenience. I tried to explain why I lied. I was scared, ashamed, and trying to survive at 17. I also told them directly that their reaction was exactly why I lied all those years ago. Even back then, I knew that I would be blamed and judged rather than supported, and I didn't have the emotional capacity to handle that on top of being pregnant and grieving. At the time, I was still very much in love, or so I thought I was, with this man, and wanted to protect him as well, even after he was dead. I want to add some context because I think it matters. My parents have also been very supportive of me in tangible ways. They supported me when I decided to keep my son. They helped raise him for the first half of his life, and because of their help, I was able to go to college and build a stable life. They love my son deeply, and he is very close to them. That's what makes this so complicated. At the same time, it's very clear that they want to place the responsibility for everything that happened entirely on me. Not once did either of them express any sense that what happened was wrong because I was a minor and he was an adult. The focus was entirely on the idea that I knew better and that they raised me better. We all put it aside for Christmas for my son's sake. We were also around extended family members who have no idea about any of this, and as far as I'm concerned, won't be told. Keeping things stable and familiar for my son felt more important than continuing the conflict. Of course, my parents and I didn't actually have a sit down and agree on that because we don't have those kinds of conversations in my family. No heart-to-heart talks for sure. After that, I did tell my son. I did my best to keep the conversation age-appropriate and shared only what I felt was okay for him to know right now. I didn't get into the age difference or any of the more complicated details. He seemed relieved to finally have this information. He's been asking questions for a while, and I think having real answers instead of a vague story has helped. He asked a few simple questions, mostly about what his dad was like and whether he looks like him. My parents didn't think that I should tell my son the truth, but they don't know what it's like lying to your kid on a daily basis like that. I also didn't grow up in a home where we had difficult conversations about anything that might make any of us even slightly uncomfortable. I just don't want to do the same thing in my own household with my child. I feel better having told him the truth. It was a relief to finally be able to tell him his father's name and show him pictures, instead of continuing to lie and say that I didn't know who his dad was. Carrying that lie with my own child had become deeply uncomfortable, and letting it go feels like the right step. I'm also being proactive about making sure that he has support beyond just me. I'm looking into outside resources so he has a safe, neutral place to process this as things sink in, whether that's counseling or another appropriate support option. I want him to have space to ask questions and to work through feelings without feeling like he has to protect me. At this point, I feel a mix of relief and emotional exhaustion. The truth is finally out, but it hadn't magically resolved everything. I'm trying to accept that my parents may never see this situation through the lens that I do now. How do I move forward with my parents after telling them the truth, while also making sure their unresolved feelings don't negatively affect my son? I don't know if I should just give them the space and time or try to address things directly once emotions have cooled. In the comments, Earthen Lily says, "I'm so sorry your parents can't see that you were preyed on as a minor. Doesn't sound like they've ever supported you emotionally. Thankfully, it sounds like they love your son and probably don't want to hurt him because of this. I would be on alert to listen for any derogatory comments from them or any sign that they might use the new information poorly. You can't make people shut their mouths, but you can limit your son's exposure to them and go low/no contact if they really go off the rails. Well done for telling your son. Being there for him emotionally is clearly something you want to do, despite not having that from your own parents. If he feels like he can talk to you or a professional about it, that's really great. It'll probably take a long time for him to process this information, and he may have more questions later once the initial surprise has worn off. And I hope that you are ready for all of those questions, and I also hope that your parents don't weaponize this information to kind of alienate you from your son a bit or take it out on him. Your parents' reaction is very painful, I can imagine, but it's also, by the sounds of it, pretty consistent with who they've always been as people. Definitely sounds like you're going to need to work on boundaries with those two. Like, you need to make it clear that the blame, the shaming language they're using, or whatever revisionist bullshit guilt they have cannot and will not spill onto your son. If they want access to him at all going forward, they need to keep those feelings the hell away from him, full stop. Like, that is a serious boundary you need to put up with them. Because I myself, from your recounting of the story, I don't know if I trust them personally. It doesn't sound like they can be trusted, especially if they are just not going to mention the age gap at all and how you were preyed upon. Sounds like they really don't care about you. You chose to be honest in this situation. You chose to break what sounds like a generational kind of trauma or guilt, I guess. I don't know how to really frame it, but just the silence around this story. Thank you for doing that. Thank you for being brave enough to take that step. And I really hope that everything starts looking a lot better for you and your son moving forward from here. Thank you for the update. I'm a teacher, and my principal asked me out. I feel very upset and I don't know what to do. I, 27 female, am a middle school teacher. And last year, we got a new principal, 40s male, in our school, who was very unpopular among the teachers. He's been very critical in all of his evaluations and shared some unkind words with our teachers when he has criticism. I, on the other hand, have received glowing evaluations as a teacher under every observation. I have yet to hear mean or harsh criticisms from him, and I even got a lot of new things for my classroom this year that no other teacher got. I'm really upset and feeling like shit now. I thought that he appreciated me and had respect for me as a teacher. I really did. After school today, I went to his office to ask him about a semester exam for a particular student. After we discussed the student, he got up and shut the door and sat in the seat beside me. I got a pit in my stomach because I thought I was being disciplined for doing something wrong. He then said that he heard me saying that I get together with friends on the weekends to play cards. He asked if I'd ever like to get together, just the two of us, and play cards at his house. He was very clear that he didn't mean it as a date because he's my direct supervisor, and that he meant it just as friends. I'm not sure I believe that. He just asked me not long ago if I was making another visit soon to the state where my ex-boyfriend lives, and I told him that I wasn't with that guy, so no. My face got really hot, and I stammered that I would not be interested in dating, but maybe sometime, because I was too nervous to say no with him sitting next to me. I've been really upset since I got home. I've been so stupid to actually think that I was a great teacher. I feel like it's all just been a lie, and I just want to curl up in a ball and cry. All of my glowing evaluations mean nothing. I plan to go in his office before school very early tomorrow and tell him that I thought about it and am not interested and think that it would be a bad idea to spend time together under any circumstance. What's the best way to approach this? How do I pick my self-esteem back up? In the comments, quote, all my glowing evaluations mean nothing. Just because he likes you doesn't mean that you aren't a good teacher and that your work is not excellent. Don't let him have such power over you. Do you love your students? Do you do your best to give them a good education? Do they get along with you? Focus on that, not on him. OP says, my students brighten each and every day for me. I try to make the subject as interesting as possible, and I'm excited to come to school each day. I love each of my colleagues as well. They always ask me why I'm in such a good mood. I take the time to chat with them and see them as often as possible. I've been at the school 2 years longer than this man. Prime's Ghost says, my wife is an elementary school teacher and her principal did the exact same thing last year. The teacher in question filed a complaint with the Teachers Association and the superintendent. The district took it super seriously and the principal was fired and replaced before the end of the school year. You should file a grievance. The principal has a lot of power over the teachers in a school, and I can't think of a way to look at a situation like this without there being a serious problem. OP says, I feel like I'm in a sticky situation because he made it clear in telling me that he was not interested in dating, but just hanging out alone. Right? What should I say to him? On the other hand, I do wonder if this could be a blessing in disguise for all of my teacher friends. They are so unhappy. I hate to see them miserable at work. Yeah, I don't think you're overreacting in this situation, OP. This was completely inappropriate. I don't think you should meet him alone. I don't think that is a good idea. I wonder how this could be a blessing in disguise for all of your other teacher friends. What, are you going to use this position that you're in to spread the love down to them? I don't know how that's going to happen. I don't know how that would work. To me, this more kind of reads like a situation where you document everything that he's saying to you, contact HR or whatever union you may be a part of, or go up the chain to whatever district exists above you. Tell them how inappropriate all of this is, how uncomfortable you are with all the benefits you're obviously getting as compared to everyone else because of him trying to make this relationship happen. And hope that they do something about this and probably get rid of him. He is being wildly unprofessional here, and it seems like he's not really taking no for an answer. And now, onto the update. So one thing I noticed in the original post is that many replies said to contact HR immediately. Those comments were pretty out of touch with my actual small school system in a tiny community. The chain of command goes from principal, then directly to superintendent of schools. Also, that means that transferring to another school in the district would be out of the question. I thought comments telling me to leave or transfer were taking it a bit too far. I adore the school, and I have more self-respect than to just leave an uncomfortable situation. I received so much encouragement from others in my original post. The next day after I wrote the post, I left very early for school. I arrived before any other teachers were there, only Mr. S in his office. I left a recorder in my pocket, which is legal in my state, and walked into his office to ask if I could speak with him. Briefly, with the recorder on, I told him, "I was very uncomfortable with being asked to spend time with you at your home alone." He simply said, "Okay," and I left. Pretty uneventful, but I was worried that he would deny that it happened when I reported him, so I wanted to make sure that I had something on tape. In regards to the resolution, I gave a written statement to my superintendent of schools about the incident. The school system is tiny, about 600 students from prep to 12, so they don't have an HR, and it's not unusual to go directly from principal to superintendent, with no middleman. I won't go too much into the discussion, but we came into a mutual agreement that it towed the line. He agreed to my own suggestion that I should come to him as soon as anything else happens. My main concern was that I would be treated differently after turning him down. This actually did happen, which I'll get into in a moment. However, I had an unexpected turn of events in January and ended up putting in my resignation late February. I applied for a position closer to my hometown and have now moved back home for personal, unrelated reasons. An illness in the family. So I'm not actually in that school anymore, but I do miss it very much, and I hope to go back someday. Once I had put in my resolution, nothing Mr. S did affected me anymore. He never made another pass at me and stopped talking to me completely. In fact, he stopped talking to me at all. It was like I didn't exist. He began ignoring my discipline issues, and I didn't even care since I was leaving in May. After the 2 years of glowing reviews from him, at the end of the year he tore me apart in my evaluation, despite having only been inside my classroom once that year. I didn't care at all. At the end of the year, the superintendent asked me to reconsider staying. He told me how much he admired the hard work I was putting into teaching, and he felt that they wouldn't find a quality foreign language teacher to replace me in that small district. I wanted to stay, but again, I was moving for personal reasons, and I could not. The goodbyes were very hard. And now the cherry on top. The superintendent had been quietly gathering reports and complaints about Mr. S's performance from all of the unhappy teachers. He met with him again to have a meeting about the changes and improvements that he wanted to see happen, and Mr. S just quit on the spot 5 days before the school year began for teachers. He really left the school high and dry. They've not found a replacement principal and are making it work with the superintendent doubling as his job, and select staff members stepping in to cover other duties. So, all in all, he's now the most hated man in the school district, and I don't have to be there among all the madness this year. The superintendent has also emailed me recently to let me know that I'm welcome to come back to that district at any time. Thanks for listening. In the comments, Damp Blanket says, "Closing the door is like a cop turning off their body cam. He knew that it was entirely inappropriate. Quote, he was not interested in dating, but just hanging out alone. Anyone else interpret that as he was down to pound OP? No strings attached, of course. Gotta keep things professional. Nah, guys like this frame it as not a date, so that if you push back on them for putting you in an inappropriate situation, they can hold their hands up and shout, 'Not a date. I never proposed anything inappropriate.' But if you take them at their word and agree to hang out as platonic friends, because they're your boss and you don't want to offend them, and then they make a move, they can chastise you for leading them on. I'm glad to read somebody talking about how this kind of thing can really mess with your self-image and self-esteem. My favorite teacher in high school was my English teacher. I always felt extra smart in his class, and like he really valued my contributions. It was one of the first times in school that I really got to stretch my mental legs and feel like I was being challenged and rising to the challenge. It meant a lot to me. It changed how I thought about myself as a student. He was the one that I had write me a letter for my college applications. While I was off at college, he got fired for inappropriate behavior with another female student, and apparently there was something of a track record. He was never inappropriate with me, but now all of my memories of our interactions have that gross ambiguity tainting them. I'll never know whether that was secretly a piece of our dynamic. It really upset me for a while when I found out, and I realized that it's nowhere near as bad as actually being on the receiving end of the inappropriate behavior, but it's yet another thing that sucks about people who are like that. They ruin everything they touch, one way or another. They really do. I couldn't agree more. People like that do ruin everything they touch when they are doing otherwise amazing things that now you have to look back on and go, Jesus Christ, was I going to be another victim of this person? OP, I think you handled this so well. I think recording the conversation and going straight to the superintendent was the right move. That was smart. And I know you're hating on people for saying all this like, oh, you guys don't understand. I actually didn't give you the context that I'm in a small town and we don't have HR. You guys are idiots. How about you give us the context next time then before you say some shit like that? Huh. You guys are pretty out of touch with my actual small school system. Thanks, Miss Hindsight. Really nice of you to say that. Outside of that small grinding of my gears, you set the clear boundary, you did it without drama, you protected yourself, and you preserved your integrity. There's a lot of good stuff in there. I love that. And who would have thought he retaliated with this scathing review of you? Not so Mr. Nice Guy after all, huh? I'm also glad the superintendent reached back out with an offer for you to come back anytime you want, given that the superintendent kind of did everything expected of him and everything that you wanted. Glad to know that they are not protecting weirdos. Thanks for the story and thanks for the update. Our next post is by a deleted user, and it's titled, Am I the asshole for ruining my cousin's wedding? I'm going to try to keep this brief, because I genuinely feel like I'm being gaslit by everyone, but also maybe I'm not seeing my own role in this situation. In university, I had a very brief sort of relationship with a guy in my course. I ended it because I felt like I needed to learn independence. I've never lived on my own. My mum and dad coddled me and paid for my expenses, cooked for me, did my laundry, etc. He was looking to settle down, and I really wasn't. I wanted to learn to be on my own for a bit, and he wanted to marry someone he could take care of. We went our separate ways, finished uni, got jobs, etc. My cousin got married the other day. This guy that I was previously talking to attended with his wife. She also attended our uni and was in the same course. I wasn't really fussed by seeing them. They've clearly moved on, and I'm loving life right now. Having that independence that I've been wanting. It's all chill until his wife comes up to our table. She asked me why she didn't see me at graduation. For context, I didn't attend our graduation ceremony because both my grandmothers had passed away and it was their funeral. I didn't really care about missing graduation because I've got horrible social anxiety anyway, and the thought of being seen by that many people freaked me out. She asked about my career. I told her that I'm in teaching now and I love it. Small pleasantries, you get it. But she randomly veered the conversation in a different direction. She's like, my husband doesn't care about you anymore. I wasn't bothered at all because over the few years since we were together, I started to see just how toxic he was. He was controlling, and he wanted me to ask his permission before seeing my own friends. I was not looking to start an argument at my cousin's wedding, so I walked away from them and sat at my other cousin's table. I don't know how, but she found me again at some other point of the reception, and it got weird. She was saying things like, you were so jealous of us. You skipped graduation because you didn't want to see us together. I didn't even know that they were together. I didn't bother explaining myself. It would have been pointless, as she had already made up her mind about me. I just nodded along as she ranted to me. But as you'd expect, it started to take attention away from the wedding. I decided that it would probably be best to go home, so I gave my gifts and I left. But my cousin messaged me a few days later, angry at me for starting fights at the wedding. I told her I wasn't looking for any fights, and that girl had approached me every single time. but she told me that it was my fault for leading him on in the first place. I explained that it was a very long time ago. I was only 19 at the time, and I wasn't sure what I wanted to do with my life, let alone commit to marrying a guy. Am I being dumb, or is this actually my fault? Did I ruin the wedding? There's more that I want to include, but this post is limited. In the comments, you didn't start the fight, and you left, so it wouldn't cause commotion at the wedding. Not the asshole. Is your cousin's friend with the other girl? Because it seems like she's taking sides when she should be mad at the other girl for starting shit at her wedding. OP says, yeah, they're friends, but I didn't know that until after the wedding. Another commenter says, shouldn't your cousin realize that this person is making up lies when she's saying that you skipped graduation because you were jealous of her and X being together, and the real reason you missed it was for your grandmother's funeral? Because she could put together that your grandmother did die, and was this grandmother related to the bride also? OP says, no, she wasn't. We are related on my dad's biological side, but he's adopted. It was his adoptive mum that passed away, and my mum's mum. She did know about the deaths, but I don't think she knew that it was when my graduation was supposed to be. Our families aren't that close. Another commenter says, not the asshole. What is wrong with these people? I would be very firm with everyone who had something to say. I attended my cousin's weekend, and my ex's new wife behaved like an unhinged lunatic following me around. It became so uncomfortable, I had to leave because she was causing a scene. I have nothing to apologize for. OP says, I did point this out to my cousin, but she's still upset with me and says that I probably shouldn't have attended. But I didn't even know that they were going to attend or that they were even married. Another commenter asks, did your cousin invite you? OP says, she invited my parents, but they couldn't make it, so they asked me to go instead. In our culture, it's considered rude if I don't attend on my parents' behalf. Did she know that you were attending on your parents' behalf ahead of time? OP says, yes, my parents already rang her mum to explain that they couldn't make it, but I was attending for them. Well, in that case, your cousin knew who was going to be there and should have determined if it might be a problem or not and addressed it beforehand. You didn't have the information to judge that. I don't know why your cousin's friend wouldn't just ignore you for the sake of her friend's wedding. What a psycho. OP says, I'm not sure if she even put that together until she saw us at the wedding. It was so long ago, and I haven't thought about it since it ended, but the wife is a bit strange for holding on to a year-long relationship between 18 and 19-year-olds. Another commenter says, sounds like neither your ex and wife nor your cousin were actually mature enough to get married. Not the asshole. OP says, I'm only 22 to be fair. My cousin is only a couple of years older than me. OP on how the wife managed to locate her if OP moved tables. I mean, it's an Asian wedding. There were at least 30 different tables. She's blowing up at you for something that happened 4 years ago? Bro, she is mentally ill. This is not okay behavior. I think those two are perfect for each other. He has someone who he can look after, and she has someone who she can lord over and attack everyone else that ever looked in his general direction. It's like a beautiful, little messed up love story that will absolutely decimate the mental health of the kids that they have. A tale as old as time. OP, none of this is your fault. I don't know what you could have done in this situation to make it any better. Like, if you didn't attend the wedding and none of this ever happened in the first place, your cousin would still be pissed off at you because you're supposed to be there in place of your parents. What were you supposed to do to win here? You were screwed no matter what. Like, come on, you were a teenager just trying to figure out life. You had 2 funerals happen at the same time, and they're out here being like, yeah, you're a piece of shit. You should have had life figured out by then. You're so jealous of me. Oh my God, please don't internalize this bullshit that all these psychopaths are sending your way, OP. Their immaturity is not your responsibility. You're not the asshole in any universe here. What is going on with them? And now, on to the update. So I did end up contacting my cousin after reading through the comments on the original post. I waited a while because she was enjoying her honeymoon. It went better than I expected, to be honest. She did start off by explaining that she was upset at the wedding because she felt flustered about having people fight at her wedding. It was her instinct to stick up for her friend. I mentioned in the comments that my cousin and I are not very close, so it might sound strange that she would opt to defend her friend over me, but it makes sense to me and I'm not mad about it. We pretty much squashed it and agreed that it would be better for the sake of our families to just agree that there are no hard feelings and what happened, happened, just to make life easier for events like this in the future. I don't think about it anymore. Most of my reaction to the situation came from everything happening so publicly. Once I was out of the situation and had time to cool down a bit, it stopped bothering me. I wanted to clear some things up too. Some of you are confused as to why I would be shocked that the wife found me during the reception. I forgot that white weddings are so small. There were between 700 to 1,000 people at this wedding, and like 70 to 80 tables, not including the bride and groom's table. It was a pretty big venue, and my cousin's table that I sat at was tucked away in the corner. Speaking of, some of you were wondering why the cousin that I sat with didn't say anything. She's like me in that sense. Getting involved just makes the situation worse, as we've seen with our parents, aunts, and uncles. And no, it wasn't a situation where the entirety of the hall stopped and watched. It was more of a situation where the few people around us were watching the situation go down. There were still people dancing, going around to all the carts serving different foods, etc. Also, I don't know what side of the story his wife knows, nor do I care to know. It happened 3 years ago. I realize my account of this may be biased, so I take accountability for that. I think, naturally, we tend to only see situations from our own point of view. In the comments, OP explains why there was a large number of guests at the cousin's wedding. This is just a standard for Asian weddings. If you're not a close member of the family, you're not generally expected to give gifts. You just give a small amount of money to the couple, like around £200, as a gesture of wishing them a blessed marriage. Another commenter says, "As for why your ex's wife came at you, I can't help but wonder what kinds of stories and signals she's getting from your ex. Maybe he idealizes you, or maybe he's tried to make you the devil and blame you for everything that went wrong in your relationship. Maybe he's telling her that you're obsessed with him and following him around in person and on social media." OP seems like the most nonchalant person, so it's really tripping me up imagining her not away at an angry wife. Her ex absolutely considers her to be the one that got away, and it drives his wife absolutely nuts. OP living her best, unbothered life is the way to do it, especially if he was controlling. She really is the one that got away from his control, and it probably drives him nuts. Also, since he's apparently a shitweasel, it's possible he uses OP to intentionally manipulate his wife. I can see that. I can genuinely see all of these universes of possibilities happening. If he wanted someone to kind of lock down and look after, quote unquote, that much, it makes sense that this behavior would pop up. And he has found someone that is incredibly insecure and easy to manipulate into his own personal attack dog, and he is enjoying the theatrics that he is able to sit back and cause and just laugh at without him being personally involved. That is a very real thing, and I can definitely see that happening here. We're never going to get the exact reason as to why the new wife came and attacked OP like that, but this is definitely a possibility, and I think OP handled all of this bullshit sent her way perfectly. She gave the cousin space, she talked about everything without escalating and making things up. She recognizes that we often only see our point of view and how things are for us, and I guess in a way that helped her understand where the cousin was coming from in the moment, giving some grace to her and her reaction. And hopefully this heart-to-heart they had can help set a more peaceful tone for whatever family events they go in going forward. I know that's not always possible, but it would be nice. I'm glad that you just nodded along at this psycho who was unleashing her insecurities on you, OP. You didn't engage in that drama and you just avoided her. She came looking for you. That is not a good look for her. Let's hope that your cousin takes that on board and is like, maybe I should avoid these people. But whatever, you've moved on, and that's good. That's what we want to see. Thanks for the story, and thank you for the update. My son's friend's parents want to adopt him. I, 24 female, am a single mum to my son, Owen, 8. It's been just us since day one. His father isn't in the picture and has been able to avoid paying child support for years now. Yes, I've tried everything. My own parents disowned me. I had to drop out of high school and have worked a myriad of jobs since then to keep us afloat. We aren't on the poverty line by any means, but we definitely live paycheck to paycheck in a one-bedroom apartment. It's not ideal, and I hope within the next couple of years we'll be someplace bigger. But for now, it's our situation. I've raised Owen to know that money isn't everything. We may not have a lot, he won't always have the newest this or that, but we have each other. The two of us are very close. He's never gone without the basics, but I admit he doesn't get a lot of fun extras. I try to save a little here and there to make birthdays and holidays fun, but it's still never anything glamorous, and I think Owen was fine with that. Until recently anyway. In our area, all the public schools are based on a lottery system, so your child has a fair shot of going to any one of them, so long as you put in their name. Our neighborhood school is not great and is in a pretty crappy area, so I decided to put him in a different one across town. It's near my job, so it works out. Last year, when he was in the 2nd grade, he met Charlie. They began hanging out a lot after school, with Owen going to his place. I met Charlie's parents, Nat and Paige, a couple of times before this began. They seemed very nice and supportive. Owen always had a great time at their house. Charlie occasionally came to our apartment, but usually they were at his place, which made sense. I work, and there's really not much for them to do here, even when I'm off. Summer breaks are easy to find care, as there are several free or low-cost camps that I can put Owen in. It's the shorter breaks, such as Christmas and spring, that are harder. Spring break of 2022, I managed to just miss registration. Paige is a stay-at-home mum and offered to take Owen for the week. I was hesitant to ask so much of her, but she insisted. He had a really fun time with them. They did a ton of activities, and Paige refused any of my attempts to pay her back at least some. I couldn't afford all. I admit I did feel a tad uncomfortable with her spending this much on my son, but at the same time, I didn't want to deprive Owen of this stuff. Summer came, and while I did get Owen into camp, he spent a lot of time with Charlie as well. He ended up going on vacation with them. I was again very hesitant, but the experience was something that I could never give Owen, and it wasn't too far away. He had a blast. I kept telling Nate and Paige that there's no way that I could ever pay them back, and they kept insisting that they loved having Owen around. They told me what a great kid he is, so sweet and respectful. At one point, I really pressed Paige as to why she was so insistent on having Owen around so much. That's when she told me that they never planned for Charlie to be an only child, but all attempts at giving him a sibling just didn't happen. They know that Owen will never make up for not having a brother, but if they can give him a consistent playmate so he's not so lonely, they'll do it. Should this have been a red flag? Well, maybe, but at the same time, I found it sweet that the boys considered each other brothers. I thought it was innocent, because surely Paige and Nate knew the truth. Right? This continued for a bit, and come Christmas break of 2022, Paige and Nate insisted that I not even bother to try to get Owen into a camp, as they would take care of him for me. I was grateful. They ended up getting him more Christmas gifts than I did. I tried to set my pride aside because it was about Owen, not me. This is still when things finally started seeming off to me. I understood a gift on his birthday, and while they didn't get him as many gifts as they got Charlie, it was a lot more than you would typically get your kid's friend. Fast forward to now, spring break was last week, and this time, Paige and Nate didn't just offer to take care of him during the day while I worked. They asked if Owen could spend the entire week at their house. Honestly, it meant I could pick up some more shifts and save up for the bike that Owen wants for his birthday, so I said yes. I went to pick him up on Saturday afternoon. The kids were playing out back, so Nate and Paige asked to talk to me. They sat me down and said they love Owen, and he's always such a joy to have. I thanked them profusely for all they had done for him. Paige suggested that Owen stay a little longer. I pointed out Easter was Sunday, plus school started up on Monday. They said they could take him to school. I felt weird and said no, it was time for Owen to come home. That's when Nate suggested that Owen stay with them long term. I could still see him, but they would take care of him. I thought they were joking and said, like what, you guys be his guardians or something? They got quiet, and the reality rushed over me. I pointed out that this wasn't a movie. They can't just get custody. They started spouting some legal stuff about how I could assign them as guardians, and they would help make this transition smooth. They told me to think about Owen and what's best for him. I told them there was no way in hell I was going to give up my son. I grabbed Owen and we left. I've blocked their numbers. Owen has no clue what's going on. I'm keeping him home tomorrow and took the day off work to figure some stuff out. Legally, they can't take him, but now I know what they want, and I'm terrified. I don't want him going back to that school. Do we move? I'm so lost, and I feel so stupid because looking back, all the warning signs were there. I know Owen is going to be devastated losing Charlie, Paige, and Nate. How am I going to explain it to him? In the comments, in response to some now removed accusations of neglect, OP says, I can take care of my kid. He's never gone hungry. The lights are always on. He has clothes, albeit sometimes from Goodwill or donations. We lived in our car briefly when I was 17, but I pulled us out of that situation, and will never be in that place again. I have health insurance, he goes to the doctor, he has his vaccines. He just doesn't have an iPad or summer vacations. What he does have is love. His favorite stuffed giraffe that I got him when I was pregnant, a love for the park. He isn't deprived. He has a good life. I love him, and I'm never giving him up. Someone says maybe those parents have been turned down by foster/adoption agencies, and OP says, I've suspected this too. It seems like they don't want another child. They want Charlie to have a permanent playmate/buddy. And I don't know much about the system, but if they were as honest as they were with me, I could see them being turned down. This is just really weird. You're absolutely right to trust your instincts on this one, OP. That's not even kindness that they're showing. That's coercion. It's straight up disgusting coercion where they are saying, oh no, actually it's charity. Look at them slowly grooming you over time and then trying to use, their quote-unquote dependents. Oh, you're depending on us to look after your son and do all these things for him. And then now they're trying to separate you from your son. Yuck. Yeah, keep them blocked. Don't engage with them ever again. And like people always say here, you have to document everything. They have money, they have resources, they have a want for your child. This is something that you need to take absolutely seriously and get in contact with whatever legal help you can get in the case that they do start pursuing you. I'd also tell the school as well that no one but you can pick your child up. I think you also need to address this with Owen. It seems as though you haven't and that this is all pretty fresh. You just gotta say something like, hey man, Charlie's family did something that made me uncomfortable, so you won't be visiting them anymore. And don't worry, man, it is not your fault. Something like that has to be said to Owen, because I can't imagine how he's feeling having his best mate and all of these vacations and everything just kind of stripped from him out of nowhere. And OP, I don't blame you at all for having the situation go this far. You didn't miss any signs, there wasn't any glaring red flags. It's just that these people who you trusted used your kindness against you. That's fucked up that they do that. They are messed up people for trying to do this to you. I genuinely cannot imagine asking a single mother to hand over custody of her child, especially in your circumstances. That is really messed up for them to do that. And now, on to the update. There's no way that I can respond to everyone, so I just want to say thank you for the advice. While I understand those saying they potentially meant well and weren't trying to be offensive, it's still a risk I can't take. It's not like they offered to take him every so often. They wanted him full-time, permanently. To those who said I should just let them, please pass me whatever drugs you're on. I will never give up my son. Do we have the newest this or that? Well, no, but we have our needs met. I love my son, and I am not letting him go. As for everyone else, I took your advice and reached out to the school. I told them that Paige and Nate are not allowed to pick up Owen, and I explained that I do not feel safe with them around each other. They understood. There's not much they can do outside of making sure they never pick him up. It's too late in the year to move classes, but next year, Charlie and Owen will not be in the same class. I notified the police, but again, they can't do much. We have zero in writing, and a simple request to have my child isn't really breaking any laws. Unfortunately, all I can do is hope that they don't try anything. I still haven't spoken to Owen. I think it's fine if he talks to Charlie and plays with him at school, but I have to find a way to explain why they can't have playdates or sleepovers, as well as to never go anywhere near Nate and Paige. I guess that'll come in time. I'll update again if anything happens. I'm hoping this is the end. As some of Nate and Paige's defenders said, they did take my no well. So hopefully they realize how totally out of bounds they were and leave us alone. Update 2. Monday night, I talked to Owen and explained that Nate and Paige were not safe. He was confused, and I explained that they wanted to take him away from me. I think it spooked him as he started crying, saying he didn't want to leave me and he didn't want to see them again. I held him and assured him he wasn't going anywhere. He understands that he's never to go anywhere with them and that the school is taking measures to protect him. I said he could still talk and play with Charlie at school, but he said he doesn't want to. I was honestly worried that he would hate me, but you all were right. Telling him the full story made him realize how serious it was. He understands the gifts and the trips will stop, and he says he's all right with it. Also, I want to address one last thing. I've gotten a few people offering me money or gifts. Please do not do that. I'm very appreciative, but that was not the purpose of this post. If you wish to do something, donate to your local shelter or other charity. Owen and I are not in need. I'd rather see it go to people who need it. I didn't see Nate or Paige at drop-off, nor have I gotten any contact. But then again, I did block them everywhere. Thank you all for your help. I'll update if anything else happens, but hopefully it won't. Well, what everyone feared would happen, did. On Tuesday, he returned to school. I told him he could still talk with and play with Charlie. I was hesitant to drop him off, but I figured that you can't live in fear. Most afternoons, my son takes the bus to a local rec center for aftercare. I had already told the school everything, and that Nate and Paige were not to pick Owen up. I managed to call and even make sure he got on the bus. Aftercare was also made aware of the change in pickup list. Well, a half hour later, I get a call that Paige had tried to pick up my son. The front desk refused to release him. Didn't say why, just that she was no longer on the list. She wouldn't leave, and the police were called. She was escorted out of the building. While she wasn't brought to jail, there is a police report, and I'm using this to go to court and get an order of protection. Paige and Nate are also banned from the rec center, so if they do show up, they will get arrested for trespassing. The police are working on ways to protect us, and the local social services office has been made aware of the situation. So should they try to make a claim, again, they are aware of the situation. In the comments, thank you for the update. I'm pulling for you. Don't say it like that. Great job on getting your ducks in a row at school and aftercare. They are starting to show their true colors. Please keep a careful eye out and be prepared. Talk with your son some more and make sure he understands a little better to not leave with them. And OP says thank you. I spoke to him Monday evening, so he knew what he was walking into on Tuesday. It freaked him out a lot, and he said he absolutely didn't want to leave me. So he's aware and knows to never go with them. And now for the latest update, titled, An Update on Our Lives 2 Years Later. So I hadn't realized that it's fully been nearly 2.5 years since I gave an update on our lives. But I thought about this whole saga recently, found the account, and realized 3,000 plus of you follow this now. Plus, it seems like I still get requests for an update. After this happened, I wanted to stay in the area that we lived. If anything, because I couldn't afford to move us. I ended up transferring Owen to a different after-school program. He still remained friends with Charlie at school. Apparently, even Charlie would call his parents weird and said he was angry with them for making it so Owen couldn't go over there after school. The rest of the year passed by awkwardly, but initially, the school did a good job of making sure that Nate and Paige were nowhere near my son. I was told that they wouldn't be allowed to volunteer anymore, as Paige often did prior to everything. Summer soon came. Owen started his usual camps, and I thought that all was well. I'd initially been told that the boys would not be put into the same class the following year. It had been too late in the year to move either of the boys. But when I brought Owen to school on the first day, I saw Charlie's name on the door. It's a small school, and they have a unique last name, so I knew that it wasn't a coincidence. I spoke with the principal and was told that it was impossible to keep them in separate classes, and there were factors that I just couldn't possibly understand. I regretfully didn't fight as hard because I assumed Paige and Nate were still banned from volunteering. It was like a horror movie receiving a letter from the room mums of the class. Typical letter that I receive every year talking about fundraising, volunteer opportunities, when they raise money for teacher gifts, etc. Paige's name was right at the bottom. I once again spoke to the principal and was told that they couldn't keep Paige away from the school. She donated a lot of money, was great with the kids. They said that since we had no incidents in 5 months at that point, we had to let it go. I tried to. I thought maybe things have changed, but it brought me so much anxiety every time I thought about that woman near my son. The school was refusing to protect him. What if things hadn't changed? I debated switching schools, but this was the best in our area, and I couldn't afford private. So, I prepared my son. He said he wouldn't try to go with her and would scream if she tried to take him. Sure enough, first class party of the year, my son said Paige was there, and Owen said that she kept trying to talk to him. She kept asking him to come over, and even wanted my new phone number. I changed it for obvious reasons after everything went down. Thankfully, Owen knew better. But I just saw the rest of the year flashing before my eyes. Paige finding ways to be around my son, potentially breaking him down. Since the school didn't give a shit, I had nightmares of them letting her kidnap him. I knew we couldn't stay long, but again, I was broke, working a crap job, and I just couldn't pack up and leave. So, I started applying to some new jobs out of our city. As it was, I had one job working in retail, but I picked up house cleaning shifts and occasionally some babysitting shifts in between. I took a chance and applied for a live-in nanny position in a city about 3 hours away. I didn't think that I'd have a shot at it, especially as I had a kid, but I met with the parents, and they were so kind, so sweet. They were more than happy to let me bring Owen with me and let us live with them. They had an in-law suite that I could live in as long as I was working there. It was only 1 bedroom, but Owen and I were used to that. He was a little bit sad about leaving his friends, but we jumped at the opportunity. I admit, I was nervous to put ourselves in a similar situation as before. What if these people had enticed my son and wanted to take him? But thankfully, they weren't like that. They were kind to Owen, but they maintained boundaries. I eventually told them our story, and they were horrified that this had ever happened to us and assured me that they would never try to take my son. I was making better money living with them, and since I didn't have rent or utilities to worry about, I was able to save up more than usual. Owen thrived in his new school, and the best part was he got to spend time with me and the little ones that I took care of. No more crazy hours, no more after-school programs. After 8 years, we finally caught a break. The family recently outgrew their need for a nanny, but they were happy to help me find a new job. This position isn't live-in, but I was able to save up and put a down payment on a condo. Something that I never thought would happen. For the first time in 10 years, Owen has his own room. Something that both excited him, but he was also a little scared. With the help of my old bosses, who are now good friends of ours, we were able to decorate. And my new bosses are so kind. And again, totally fine with me bringing their baby with me to pick up Owen and having him around. I haven't heard from Nate and Paige since April of 2023. My son occasionally mentions Charlie, and I know he misses his buddy, but he's also relieved about where we are. I hope for Charlie's sake that his parents have calmed down. Maybe they've learned their lesson. If anything, so that they won't prey on another woman in my situation. I don't speak to anyone from our old city, as I have no friends there, so I have no way of knowing. Sorry if that's not a fun update, but that's where we are. Happy, healthy, and doing well. I'm 26 now, but many days I feel like I'm 42. I'm in a new relationship now, dating seriously for the first time since Owen was born. I have a group of friends who are also nannies. It took me 8.5 years to gain a support system. Still haven't spoken to my parents. Owen's father will never be a part of the picture, but we finally have a family. Still, he often tells me that if all of it went away like Nate and Paige did, he'd be happy with just us. God, he knows how to make his mama cry. Anyway, thank you all for the support and concern over the years. Much love to you all. In the comments, oh wow, so happy for you. Ugh, it's horrible how money talks. You must have been unbelievably anxious that whole school year. Wishing you both all the best. And OP says, thankfully, I only had to deal with it for a total of about 4 months. The last 2 months of the school year and then the first 2 months of the next, before I got the new job. Thank you so much. Strangled in Moonlight says, quote, I spoke with the principal and was told that it was impossible to keep them in separate classes and that there were factors that I just couldn't possibly understand. Uh-huh. Those factors being Paige used her money to make sure that she had access to OP's kid and admin folded like a soggy tissue paper. Right? Never mind about the young, vulnerable people that we're supposed to educate and protect whilst in our care. Let's see that money. If a school is that blatant about their lack of concern for child safety, I can only imagine what else they'd happily turn a blind eye to. Well done to OP for creating a pathway out of there and into a new life for her family. We all get how much you can get away with when you're rich, but holy shit. To see it just plainly stated to OP that, okay, yeah, she did try to kidnap your kid, but she's so rich, so what can we do? It's simply infuriating. Thank God she got out, and it all worked out in the end. Look, she hasn't tried to kidnap your child for 5 months now. Can you just get over it? No, true. It's so true. What do you fucking mean? Oh, there's impossible circumstances that you just couldn't comprehend. Tell me them. No, lay it out on the table. Tell me exactly what the circumstances are. I think I can comprehend it quite well. If you're going to vaguely dance around what they are, I can't comprehend that. Is that the point, Mr. Principal or Miss Principal? Thank you for this update though, OP, this series of updates. This is better than the best possible situation. This is absolute heaven. Because after all that, you set so many boundaries, you did everything you could to protect your child, and the system still went out of its way to fail you. I don't know how you managed to get through all of that with the crazy work hours that you were dealt and having no support system. How do you mentally survive that? But those people taking you in for the live-in nanny job was an absolute lifesaver. I don't really hear about jobs like that unless it's like those people that come in from overseas and live-in nannies in that regard, but it's usually young women with no kids. I guess in this sense you were still at the same time a young woman, although you did have a kid. My personal mental bias is families don't want that usually, so this was incredibly lucky for you. Through their incredible generosity, you were able to get Owen out of a dangerous situation and set up your futures together. Thank God they did that. I want to kiss them. As I said before, thank you for the story and thank you for this update, OP. Good luck with everything going forward. Ex who dumped me because she thought I cheated now wants to get back in touch. So right from the start, she's not entirely at fault here. When I was younger, 19, I cheated in one of my relationships. The circumstances don't matter, it could have been handled differently. I cheated, and that's that. Fast forward to when I was 23, I met Alice. Alice was an absolute blast. I never really connected to another person like I did with her. We got serious from the second time we saw each other and started dating exclusively right away. Even though it had been a while since my one and only time of cheating, I still felt like that was something you should disclose to anyone you're getting serious with. I told her about it, she talked, wanted to know more in depth about that situation, but ultimately it didn't matter for her because in her own words, I was a completely different person now. Here's where the trouble starts. Her friends. They were all nice with me in the beginning, but as the relationship kept going on, nearing the 1-year mark, they grew kind of standoffish with me. I didn't really feel welcome or like I was a part of the group if Alice and me went out with them somewhere. Then all of a sudden, that changed. They were all welcoming to me, really friendly, hanging out and physically affectionate. I'm not that way myself, but I like it when others are that way with me. It shows they care, I guess. One day, Alice's best friend, Samantha, asks me to hang out for a bit. Samantha was someone who was always friendly with me, even during the short period when the others weren't. At one point, I even helped her get through her ex cheating on her, due to her knowing my past and wanting some different perspective on the matter. Anyway, I'm out with Samantha in the local park, just talking and waiting patiently to tell me what's wrong. But instead, she plants a kiss on me, and it's pretty intense. She grabbed me by the face and just tried to shove her tongue in my mouth. I pushed her off almost immediately. She starts saying she's sorry, that she didn't mean this to happen, etc., and so on, and then quickly excuses herself and leaves. Meanwhile, I'm completely at a loss as to what happened, and I don't call Alice straight away, as I'm still kind of in shock. When I do end up calling Alice, I found out Samantha already called her and told her what happened. Except, not really. According to Samantha, I'm the one who kissed her first and started making out before she put a stop to things. Cue a lot of drama, a lot of name-calling, a lot of begging on my part to be believed. But it didn't work. Alice and me were history. None of the people from her group of friends are even answering my calls or messages. I just wanted to know why this all happened. But I don't get that. I don't get answers or closures. My girlfriend didn't believe me. She didn't even break up with me in person. It was over a phone call. So I sunk into a depression, no surprise. A couple of friends stuck by me, helped me get through, but for more than 2 years now, I've avoided any chance to meet new people, or if someone expressed any interest in me, I would just ignore it. I got an email yesterday from Alice. It's still here, sitting on my screen. It starts off with a million apologies because she found out the truth about what happened recently. The whole thing with Samantha was premeditated. The whole fucking friend group was in on it. They didn't like that Alice and I were getting serious, that we were talking about moving in together after being together for less than a year. Samantha decided to be the one to kiss me because apparently I seemingly clicked the best with her out of all of them, and the cheating thing would be most believable that way. The others backed up her stories about how close we were at the group meetings. Yeah, I know. It's so fucked up. Alice has only found out about this a week ago from one of the people who had a falling out with the rest of the group, and on their way out, they wanted to blow up the whole thing with every dirty little secret they had. She then tells me she hasn't dated anyone since we broke up. She didn't have the will to try again after our relationship. She just studied and hung out with her friends. After she found out the truth, she says she cried for days, because she really did love me, even after the breakup, because a part of her couldn't believe it happened, the cheating. She's begging me to get together with her, even if only just for some closure, just for one date where she can apologize in person. I haven't responded yet, because I don't know what to say. For a year or more after the breakup, I fucking dreamed of this happening. Her finding out the truth, us coming back together better than ever, but now there's nothing. My heart didn't skip a beat. I don't feel anxiety or anticipation of any sort that might have happened due to meeting her. To put it short, I don't know what to do. Do I agree to her request about meeting up? And if so, do I end up giving us two a go again? I'm not sure if I could. I'm not sure if I feel anything anymore for her. My best friend says that might just be me preemptively protecting myself from more hurt, but I don't know. In the comments, Discard user account says, OP, I think you ought to meet up at least once. Give her a chance to apologize in person. See if the spark is still there. If you don't, you will always wonder. But be wary, she says she's sorry. She says she's cut her friends off and has nothing to do with them. Well, talk is cheap. Remember, she was friends with them for years. She may be just as toxic as they are. OP asks, how do I recognize if that's true or not? Well, for starters, I would check whether or not she still talks with said friend group. Only if she no longer speaks to them would I consider going back to her, but those are my thoughts. I'm conflicted on this. On one hand, she chose to believe her collective group of friends before ever hearing your side of things. But then again, if you were in a similar position and the majority of the people that you trusted told you a harsh truth about your significant other, would you not believe them from having your back? It's been 2 years after the fact. You closed yourself off due to this. She claims to have done the same. Maybe that's true. I honestly don't know. If you feel nothing, you may consider meeting her. You don't really have anything to lose. I might suggest something different if you weren't so detached from dating, but seeing her might give you a sense of closure in order to either move on or give what could have been another shot. I also suggest seeing if her claims of not seeing anyone in between are true. You were broken up, so she was technically free to do her thing. But considering the circumstances of your breakup, you may feel different if you choose to give it another shot and find out she lied about seeing other people. OP says, I forgot to say that all of them are her childhood friends, people she's known for more than 20 years. It's not that I found her believing them over me to be implausible. I guess I just wished that she'd have trusted my version of the story. Look, she's just as much of a victim as you are in this situation. The question is whether any feelings remain after all the drama. Hard one. Very brutal. I think it is a question of whether you're going to regret not meeting up with her if you choose not to, if you are going to hold that against yourself. I put myself in her shoes, and I can see that she didn't really have a good choice to make here, though I do think she should have heard you out and seen what you had to say, because you cheating again after making such a song and dance of cheating the whole way through the relationship, helping her good friend through the cheating as well, giving your perspective. I don't know why she chose to just instantly believe the group instead of giving you the benefit of the doubt, at least a little bit. But it was all premeditated. She had tribal warfare against her. There was no winning in this situation. I do think that you deserve her apology, at least face-to-face, after getting broken up with over text, over the phone. And you can go and decide if whatever looks she gives you, whatever remorse she feels, you decide if that's real or not, if you want. Maybe seeing her could give you some peace, could give you closure in whatever form that might take, but I'm not sure if you can rebuild that relationship that was maliciously destroyed in that way. I don't know if that would work. From my point of view, I don't think it works, but hey, curious to see if it does. And now, onto the update. I decided to give my ex-girlfriend that one meetup for her sake. I honestly wasn't expecting to gain anything from this myself, but I still remembered how much I cared for her. So I figured that I could do this one thing, and we could both move on with our lives. Meeting her in person, though, that was a whole different thing. I don't know how to describe this feeling, but it was quite like anticipation, like when you're just expecting something to happen and don't know if it's good or bad. Now that I look back on it, I know I was hoping for good. We talked a great deal when we met and ended up staying out for hours. A great deal of it was her sincerely apologizing for not believing me and breaking up with me over the phone without even giving me a chance. But in truth, I couldn't blame her, and I told her as much, since these were all people that she grew up with. She didn't really have a reason to not believe them, since they never did this sort of thing before. This was followed by some shit-talking of her former friends, and that was kinda nice. And we ended up having a few laughs over it, even though I could tell that she was sad by what happened. She's only got 2 friends now, an older woman from her workplace and a girl her age from a hobby workshop. They seem to be good for her, at least from what she's saying, but she admits that occasionally she misses what she had with her previous friends, if not the people themselves. I really did end up feeling better from that one talk, and when the time came to go our separate ways, she asked me if I would be open to talking with her more in the future. Alice was upfront about her hoping that there still might be something between us in the future, but she wasn't pushy about it. Anyway, I told her I wouldn't know, but also told her to just talk when she feels like it, and I might or might not reply. We exchanged numbers, and that was it for the day. Without dragging this out any further, we started dating again. Talking ended up bringing back how I used to feel about her, but I was holding back for a lot of the time, and she was very patient with me. Never tried to push too much, never tried to just pick up from where we ended. It's basically dating like we've never dated with each other in some way. I'm not sure if I can describe it properly, as English isn't my first language. I guess it's got that good part of where you're getting to know someone and actually enjoying doing so. A lot of talk about trust has been had. Just a few days back, when after a night out, she invited me to her place, I knew what this was about obviously, but I wasn't 100% sure. I guess I was just being cautious on some level. Alice seemed to sense it and let me off with some words of how I might need some rest for work in the morning so she would understand. I can't really tell you how that made me feel exactly, but it just showed me that she cared. She cares, and I went up with her, and it was something I really fucking missed. It's not just 2 people together, it's her and me together. So yeah, we're together, we're dating, and we're taking it a bit slowly, but I'm happy, and she's happy, and things are good. In the comments, Move Interesting says, wow, not 1 shit friend, not 2 shit friends, a whole flock of shit friends. What is wrong with people? Edit to add, does it also not occur to them that if they're all doing this to her, they might do the same to each other? If real, imagine hanging out with your friends for 2 whole fucking years. Sad. And not dating anyone, only to find out they fucked your life up and have a nice old group chat going the whole time, talking about your sad, pathetic life that they caused. Oof. Your entire support system conspires to blow up your partnership because they're jealous you aren't spending as much time hanging out with them anymore. It's a literal nightmare. I can scarcely imagine what a horrible rollercoaster this was for Alice. Romance with OP aside, I hope she has a new group of trustworthy friends. I don't think they did it because she wasn't around that much. The trigger was moving in together. Some people react real badly when the friend they see as beneath them reaches a milestone first. There's no mention of other boyfriends in the group, that, in my opinion, it was plain bitterness. You know what, maybe they all deserve each other then. Maybe time has healed the wounds that OP and his now girlfriend again have suffered, you know? I'm glad that he gave it a shot. I'm glad that he heard her out and they had a fantastic time together. And you know what? She did earn that second chance. She was patient and respectful and built that trust back up with OP over time. I think that is very healthy and very lovely to see. I hope that nothing like this ever happens again to those 2. They've been through a lot, and that OP's now girlfriend doesn't have the desire to talk to those people again and to reintegrate them into her life in some capacity. It's entirely possible, and I would hate for that to happen. Thank you for the story, and thank you for the update, OP.